It should be going green. It's not. Be red. Okay, can you hear me now? Welcome everybody to the April 4, 2023 regular monthly meeting of the Tiverton Planning Board. I do apologize for the seating arrangements. We tried to get the high school, but unfortunately it was not available. And this room was about the only room that we could secure for the public hearing tonight and the rest of our agenda items. So as usual, I'm Stu Hardy, the chairman, and I would like to, as usual, start off with a roll call of our planning board members to establish a quorum. So I'll start with Rosemary Eva.
Why don't you start at the end of the table? I always get picked on. Present.
Rosemary is here. Amanda Souza Vieira. Here. Adam Raposa. Peter Bramante. Present. Christine Shea. Here. Janice Gomes. Christopher Shriver, here. Patricia Hilton, and Stu Hardy is here. So we have a full house. All 9 members of the planning board are with us tonight. I'd also like to take note of the presence of several of our staff. We have Ashley Sweet just directly behind me. She's the interim planner and AO. We also have her colleague, Nathan Michael, also employed by the firm of Weston and Sampson, who was our Tiverton consulting engineer. And I think, yes, there you are, Nathan. Rick Rogers, I don't believe is with us quite yet, but I expect him later. And we are honored to have Lieutenant Dan Murphy, the Tiverton Fire Marshal, with us tonight. Todd Romano, our legal counsel, is behind me. And Ed Rotella, our land use clerk, is somewhere. You will know Ed, though. He's the first line of contact. John Hoyle is on travel. The building official, John Hoyle, is on travel and will not be able to be with us tonight. So I'd like to now begin with our first agenda item. And our first agenda item is a continuation of the March 7, 2023 public hearing on the proposed crematorium and chapel at 730 Main Road, which is in a neighborhood business district. I'd just like to mention that we probably won't be making a final decision tonight. And that is actually at the request of the applicant. We would like to continue this, carry this over to our May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting, in order to give DEM, that is the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, more time to provide permits for the stack and the emissions for the retort, the air quality permit that they are required to have, and also the septic system permit, which is called an OWTS, an on-site wastewater treatment system permit. Neither of those permits have come in yet, so we would like to provide a little more time for those to come in, because members of the planning board do want to see the specific terms and conditions of those permits. I'd like to also mention that a number of documents, important documents, have come in, which are part of the public record and available to the public since our last meeting on March 7. The first item I'd like to mention is a memorandum from Ashley Sweet, our interim town planner, and Nathan Michael, our consulting engineer, that attempts to list a lot of the questions, a lot of them having to do with engineering issues that have been raised over the last couple of meetings by the general public and that have not really been answered by the town. So this is an attempt, and it's a very good one, I think, to answer these questions that have come in. So that's one document we have. And also, by the way, we also have, at the end of the memo, a number of responses from answers and responses from the applicant. So it's quite a substantial document. The next one I'd like to call your attention to is a memorandum from attorney Stephen Seipol, who represents Tiverton residents against the crematorium, requesting the planning board to review the application as a major land development as opposed to a development plan review, which is what we have been doing. The next item I'd like to call your attention to is an item that came before the Tiverton Town Council not too long ago, a document from Dr. Robert Bishop of 9 Lee Shore Lane addressing mercury and other hazardous air emissions from crematoriums. Another document that has come in is a memorandum from Stephen Hendrick of Starlit Road addressing the loss of real estate property values within a 2,500-foot radius of a crematorium. Another document that has come in is a memorandum from Melody Rowland. I believe she also lives on Starlit Road, addressing and asking questions about incinerator capacity for the proposed on-site wastewater treatment system, and also about the retort or incinerator equipment. And the final document is an updated stormwater operation and maintenance plan from Narragansett Engineering, sent to us on behalf of the applicant. So those are all documents that may be referred to tonight. And also, we do have a memorandum from Mr. Seipol, from Jay Lynch. Okay, I mentioned Mr. Seipol's memorandum already. This is a memorandum from Jay Lynch, which is a response to Mr. Seipol's concerns about changing the way we are reviewing this from a development plan review to a major land development. So I would like to just open, or not open, but continue the public hearing by, first of all, asking Ashley Sweet and Nathan to address, to summarize some of the issues that have been raised by the public and how those issues have been addressed by the town. Then I'd like to ask for comments and questions and information from the general public. And I know several members of the public have short presentations that they would like to make, and that's fine. And then finally, I'd like to ask the applicant for their comments and responses. So I'd like to start then with calling on Ashley Sweet, our interim town planner, to summarize her memo, and then Nathan Michael will also comment. You can.
Sit here.
Sorry, Rosemary.
No.
Get you out of your seat. So you're all in receipt of a memo dated March 30th, where I gave you a list of questions that have been collected throughout the public hearing process. I gave you a memo dated March 30th. There's a list of questions in this memo that have been collected throughout the course of the public hearing. That memo was distributed to the town engineer, as well as the planning board members and also to the applicant, and a request was made for information related to those questions. The applicant provided responses to those series of questions, and that information has been provided to the planning board for their consideration. I don't know how much detail you want me to go through here, but there was a list of questions related to the operations, the engineering and site plan, and then the town engineer provided additional comments related to stormwater. I don't know if you'd like Nathan to go through those in detail.
Nathan, could you summarize those, not necessarily going through in detail, but however comfortable you are, because I think that would be a benefit to the general public if they haven't actually seen this memo.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Yeah, so there was a series of site plan questions that were brought up that Ashley put together, and the applicant responded, but I also have a couple of notes for the board. One of the questions was grading related to the driveway and the retention pond, because part of the driveway is lower than the retention pond in the front, and a resident brought that up. The retention pond along the frontage of the property is at a lower elevation than the driveway until it approaches the street. The plans provide a berm, so the berm will provide separation, so therefore the water won't overflow into the sidewalk or the driveway. As long as that's constructed properly, that's how that should work. The few permits that haven't yet to be received, Ashley and Stu mentioned, which is the septic, the physical alteration, and then the air quality. Those still haven't been provided. Somebody mentioned questions about the septic tank. So we haven't received any type of application or approved permit for the septic. However, the septic system must be reviewed and approved by DEM. Approval by DEM would indicate that the system meets requirements for setbacks and design specifications, and that negative impacts to neighboring septic systems should not be anticipated. And then there was a question about the existing cesspool. That's not shown in the plan, so the applicant would need to should show that on the plans. So we are aware of that. We were under the impression that there was no cesspool when I first reviewed these. Somebody mentioned the excavation plan. The plans do show proposed limits of disturbance, which would include the excavation. In our opinion, the plans provide adequate information to communicate this. What materials are planned for the retaining walls? We have no information about the retaining walls. However, I did make a suggestion that the board have a condition of approval to require the applicant to submit a stamped PE plan for the a stamped plan for the retaining wall by a professional engineer prior to the start of construction. So that could be a condition of approval. Somebody also mentioned the effects to the abutters. In reviewing the retaining wall, a little bit more detail, it's about a 20% slope along there. So we recommend that the applicant provide scour calcs, which would limit any type of erosion that might negatively affect an abutter. So that could be provided to us too, because currently it shows grass and mulch above the retaining walls. We just want to provide proof that would hold up and they don't need stone, and because that could cause a nuisance to an abutter. And then LID requirements, which are low impact development requirements. The applicant has yet to provide documentation that LID requirements have been either met or attempted to meet, so that we are requesting that they provide that to us as well. I think that's it. And then just one other mention was the sand filter. One of the sand filters doesn't have any type of elevations or depths to the media involved, so that should be provided, so that way it's constructed properly during construction, and that's the front sand filter. So I think that's the list of questions that I had. Has that helped at all?
Yes, Nathan, thank you very much. And the members of the general public can ask you for more detailed specifics if they would like to. And I think Ashley has a comment she'd like to make.
Right, so I'd just like the board to understand that the intent here is to incorporate this into the record, the answers to the questions, and then any outstanding items will have to be resolved with the applicant or become a condition of any decision that would be made. There are a few things that are, as Nathan mentioned, that are still outstanding.
Thank you. So now I'd like to turn to the general public, and I don't believe we have a sign-up sheet. Okay. But I was wondering if Mr. Seipel might want to speak first, because he is the attorney representing Tiverton citizens against the crematorium. Does that make sense? Usually we call upon the attorney for a citizens group first. You don't need to. Well, not hearing anything from Mr. Seipel, I will now call on Dr. Robert Bishop, 81 Lee Shore Lane, Tiverton. And Dr. Bishop did provide an excellent presentation to Town Council not very long ago. And Dr. Bishop, if you could restrict yourself to the 3 minutes, the powerful 3 minutes that you provided.
Well, I think
that would
I
be nice.
timed it to the clock. It's exactly, I apologize, 6 to the clock, but if I can be given 6 minutes, I can cover what we need, so thank you. So let me introduce myself. My name's Dr. Robert Bishop. Let me just adjust this. I have a technical background. I'm educated at MIT and Harvard. I have 40 years' experience in medicine and engineering, and I'm the inventor of 27 patents granted globally. And my wife, Michelle, was a grant research administrator for the Department of Genetics, Boston Children's Hospital. We're residents of North Tiverton and have serious concerns about the proposed crematorium to be located at 730 Main Road. So going forward, I'm going to quote research articles that I pulled from various medical journals. The first, quote, "This is according to the National Collaborating Center for Environmental Health, March 2020, quote, mercury emissions are affected by the presence of dental amalgam fillings in a human corpse." Next quote is from National Institute of Health, Library of Medicine, article Mercury Exposure in Children's Health, quote, "If heated, mercury evaporates and becomes highly toxic." That's what happens during cremation. "Mercury exposure can cause acute and chronic intoxication at low levels of exposure." Quote, "Mercury is highly toxic. There is no known safe level of exposure." That's quoted from that article. Now we go to a next article, again, National Institute of Health, Library of Medicine, November 2012, Human Exposure and Health Effects of Inorganic and Elemental Mercury. Author states, quote, "The primary organs of mercury deposition following inhalation exposure to elemental mercury vapor are the brain and the kidney. Urine and feces are the main pathways of excretion. The biological half-life of mercury is estimated to be approximately 30 to 60 days in the body," unquote. So what that means is whatever you have in you, and half of it will be excreted in 30 to 60 days. But that assumes I'm not exposed to it day by day by day. If the water glass is filling up and up, but going drip, 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 how do we get rid of it? All right, so now I'm going to continue. Quote, "Elemental mercury can cross the blood-brain barrier and blood-placenta barrier," unquote. Next, quote, The half-life of mercury in the brain, not the rest of the body, but the brain, is not entirely clear, but is estimated to be as long as approximately 20 years, unquote. This is an article in the National Institute of Health Library of Medicine, 20 years. So now I'm going to quote from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. This was stated in a news release dated April 30th, 2010. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, is issuing proposals that would cut out mercury emissions. These proposals would cut annual mercury emissions from industrial boilers, process heaters, and solid waste incinerators. Quote from EPA, mercury can damage children's developing brains and nervous systems even before they are born. All right, so at this point they said, let's see what the permit from DEM is going to say. So I pulled a permit from the Cranston Crematorium. I provided that in my proposal. And we have limits on particulate matter, carbon monoxide, visible emission. Where's the mercury? It has to be here. I mean, EPA just said it, so I'm totally puzzled. So then I found the answer, and it lies what I consider to be a loophole. It's in a published article published by the Cremation Association of North America, abbreviated CANA. And that article states, quote, in considering the nature of human crematories, since the previous Federal Register notices were published, EPA has come to the conclusion that the human body should not be labeled or considered solid waste. All right. Therefore, human crematories are not solid waste combustion units and are not a category for regulation. Wait a minute. They're not saying or disagreeing with any of the medical articles, nor the dangers. They're saying it's not solid waste, and all the EPA regulations have to do with solid waste incinerators. Doesn't apply. I looked at the permit. That's why it's not there. So we should look at that permit when it comes down. Anyway, so to emphasize, crematorium in Rhode Island can emit any level of highly toxic mercury gas into the neighborhood without violating any regulations. Because I looked at the permit, I didn't see any emission regulations. That's the first thing. But then the CANA article, Cremation Association, continues. With 2,000 crematoriums, or 2,050 crematoriums operated in the U.S. and Canada, this would average out to be 0.15 pounds of mercury per crematorium. This corresponds to about 68 grams per year, size of a sugar cube. All right, sounds like a little, but then I pulled an article from the Annals of Occupational Environmental Medicine, Evaluation of Mercury Exposure, National Institute of Health Library of Medicine. Quote, when the urine mercury concentration exceeds 100 micrograms per liter, 100 millionths of a gram, neurological symptoms can develop. And the level of 800 millionths of a gram can be fatal. So I've given the information, and with this information, you can all make your own conclusions regarding the long-term, and I emphasize long-term safety and the effects of mercury to the residents of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Yes, we do have a question for you, Dr. Bishop, and this is Patricia Hilton.
I can't get my red light on, so I'm just going to talk really loudly.
That's okay, I can hear you fine.
Dr. Bishop, I heard you mention some of your credentials at the beginning.
First, I can't hear you.
There we go. That one works. Thank you, Dr. Bishop. I heard you mention some of your credentials at the beginning.
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to provide the board with a little bit more specifics? In other words,
Yes,
your areas
yes.
of expertise, any board certifications or
Yes.
professional certifications, that would be
Thank you.
very, very helpful for us.
Thank you. So I will send you, there's something called Health Science and Technology. It's a joint program between MIT and Harvard. I'll send you the write-up on that. And you take both medical courses at Harvard, engineering courses at MIT. So this is for people who want to build ultrasound, CAT scanners, MRIs. MIT provides a rare degree called Doctorate of Science. It sort of merges both, and that is my credential. And then I have 27 patents. Some of them are in eye scanners, ophthalmology eye scanners, restoring sight to the blind. Others are in DNA scanners, developing technology for scanning DNA, and others are all sorts of various pattern recognition and optical scanning devices. And I can provide those publications if anyone wants to see them.
I know that we have a copy of your material. If you could, I'm not asking you to do a lot of work, but include just a very short CV with the credentials that you mentioned.
Sure.
So that we could attach those to the report. That would be very helpful for the board.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I'd like to call on Stephen Hendrick of 31 Starlit Road.
Hang on one sec.
In any order you'd like.
Robert Pizzina, 726 Main Road, Tiverton, Rhode Island. Okay, so you talked about the air quality test. The air quality test isn't going to come back very shortly because your applicant likes to fill out things partially. He's got a stack requirements. They wanted to know what the stack information was. We fill all the stack information out and we leave the distance from the discharge to the nearest property line. Very convenient. Okay. His circles of dimensions between the properties and the crematorium are way off. He doesn't have the medical center in within the 250 feet. Trust me when I tell you, I know what they are because I dodged traffic with a 300-foot tape measure and measured every property individual. They're off, okay? We offered this man a 60-day extension at the last meeting. I don't believe there should be another extension, okay? He refused that 60-day extension at the last meeting, okay? Like I asked you in the last meeting, how long are we going to dance? Okay? There's a lot of discrepancies in his paperwork. Okay? In applications. I keep reviewing it. I keep reviewing the footnotes. I keep reviewing every note that Ashley sends out. How long are we going to play with this? This is 16 months. We're going on 18 when you allow him that extension. I asked the council to please vote and put out, I want to ask a question and I want an answer from somebody tonight, please. Is it a crematorium and chapel?
Ashley. Ashley, can you answer that question? Is it a crematorium and a chapel?
So we can only answer that question based on the information that's been given to us. And so the application to the town was for a crematorium.
Okay.
There is a chapel shown as an accessory part of the structure.
Okay.
That's the information that's been provided to the town.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lynch has stated 4 times now that it is not a chapel. Can I get an answer from the applicant if there's a chapel in this equation?
Mr. Lynch is the applicant's representative.
Yes, would somebody like to speak for the applicant and answer that question? If you'd like. I see Mr. Lynch here. Mr. J. Lynch is the attorney for the applicant.
Right. Sure.
I think at the last meeting, we indicated that whether you call it a chapel or a viewing room, there was a limitation placed on that we agreed, that there'd be no more than, I believe, 10 people. If that's the correct number, if I'm wrong, let me know. 15? that will be no more than 15 people in the premises at one time. So whether you call it a chapel or a viewing room, we have a capacity of 10 people.
No, Mr. Lynch, I'm trying to clarify something. Is it a chapel?
Mr. Vazino, questions have to go through the board, sir.
Everything I'm asking, is it a chapel? I'm not asking you what the gatherings are. I'm asking you to clarify to me if it's a chapel. That's a legitimate answer. That's a legitimate question. All I'm asking you is it a chapel?
Well,
There's a problem with this, Stu, and I want the answer, and I need the answer. I need an answer. Is it a chapel?
well, what is your definition of a chapel?
A
So
chapel.
The applicant has said that whether you call it a chapel or a viewing room, it amounts to basically the
It does
same
not.
thing.
Pull up the
So they're
definition
not-
of a chapel
they're
and a
not
viewing
talking-
room.
They're not talking about, they're not talking about a place where religious services are held, I
Then it's
don't
not a
believe.
chapel.
And therefore, it would not be a chapel. It would
Okay.
be more of
Then
an
I asked-
assembly room.
Okay, now, if you're gonna say that, and it's not a chapel, I asked the town to remove and pull back the application because the application is applied for wrong. Because the application is applied for a crematorium and chapel. Chapel doesn't apply.
Well, I
The
think
chapel needs to be, if the chapel's been removed, the application has to be reapplied.
But Ashley just informed us that the application actually does not mention a chapel.
The application does say a chapel.
So I didn't indicate that it doesn't include a chapel. The site plan clearly labels a section of the building as a chapel, but the use that was applied for as a primary use is a crematorium. The zoning official has ruled that if the chapel is part of the structure, that is an accessory use,
It's still a multi-use structure.
which is not something that's necessarily prohibited. You're allowed to have a primary use and an accessory use. If the applicant is now saying it's not a chapel and it's an assembly room, then through the process of review by the planning board, the applicant is allowed to amend their application. The planning board is allowed to impose conditions that would change their application. So if that is the result, that's part of the process. It's not necessary to withdraw the application and reapply. It's a matter that happens throughout the course of an application process.
So we can just change the application anytime we want. So we can put something on it. We still don't even have a name. We still don't even have a labeling. It's still under Seconded Partners. I got 4 different names. I've got Seconded Partners. I have Seconded Crematories. I have a sign that states Olivera Funeral Home Crematory.
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say you have them.
A
so-
legal entity. What is this on that, what is it, what is it applied? What business is applied?
We can only go by the information that's provided on the application. I want to go back to your original question, because
Go
now
ahead.
we just
All right,
changed
yeah,
direction.
that's fine.
Like I said, as with any application before the planning board, it never ends the way it started. It's a common outcome that through the application process, things will change. So if there is a need to remove the word chapel from the site plan, excuse me,
Yeah,
please let me finish.
Please, everybody, do not call out, please. I will recognize you, and you will have an opportunity to speak, but don't call out. That's impolite.
So if it's necessary because the applicant says it's not a chapel, it's a whatever, it's a viewing room, whatever the terminology is that they're saying, it's, like I said, it's not an uncommon practice for an application to change throughout the process. So it would not necessitate the withdrawing and resubmission of an application. We get subdivisions that come in with 10 lots and they
No, I
end
know
up
that.
getting approved with 9, and we don't make them reapply. It's part of the review process, that things do get altered through the process.
Well, they do, and I understand that. I've been in this industry a long time, and things do alter. But the name and the application filing should not change.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'd
I
be
just told
happy
you.
to look at
You got a
whatever.
crematorium and chapel. It's a multi-use structure. You're changing that when you take away chapel. You
But
don't
as
just
I
change
said-
names without changing applications.
Yes,
Well, that must be the town of Tiverton, because I've never seen it before.
I've worked in many towns in Rhode
So have
Island,
I.
and the application process, things can change. If the chapel gets renamed as something else, also remember, it has a capacity limit on the number of people that are allowed to congregate there. So if the ultimate decision is that it is not a chapel, the accessory use is something else, it's a matter of course of the application getting reviewed. It's not necessary to withdraw and reapply. It's the accessory use. The primary use is the same, which is the crematorium.
All right. Next question. Your setbacks. Setback in the front is supposed to be 25 feet. He's got 15.
We actually looked into that.
We did look at that at the last meeting. We looked at that at the last meeting, and it was the proper setback, Mr. Fazina. I don't have.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's your opinion, and we'll take that testimony.
That's their
from you.
opinion,
Thank
not
you.
yours. Okay, here's the
Thank you.
deal. Okay, you got a 25-foot setback, they got 15. Okay, your rearage, I'm going to correct you, Mr. Romano, because in their site plan, they have 39 feet from the corner of my septic system to that loading area. My septic system is 20 feet from the property line. He said there was 27 feet. Well, what is 20 from 39? Leaves you at 19 feet, right? You don't have 27 feet of setback. You have 19. How many lies are we going to catch these people in before we do something? Come on. This is getting old. He has had 16 months to get his stuff together. We do everything in the last 5 months? You knew you needed application for permits. You haven't done anything. You waited till the last 5 months. That woman right there has asked for permits since December. She still doesn't have any. Come on, Stu. This needs to end tonight.
So,
You got discrepancies. You still don't have permits. They
So-
lie like hell on the permits. Come on.
so I'd just like to say that with respect to the setbacks, all of that information was turned over to our building official, who was also our zoning expert. And he, I believe, took a good hard look at that and determined that the applicant is meeting all of the setback requirements.
No, he is not.
Well, I remember that issue coming up when the applicant first came before the board when Sue Gill was chairman of the board 2 years ago, almost now. And Sue challenged it, and the ruling from our building zoning expert was that it met the requirements. So
It met the
that's what-
requirements at
that's-
19 feet for a 35-foot setback?
Well, that's an issue that we should take up with, again, that you might want to take up again with John Hoyle, who is the town expert when it comes to these matters. And and let him explain it to you, hopefully to your satisfaction. Unfortunately, he's on travel and
You're
was not able to be
overbuilding.
with us tonight. So,
You're overbuilding.
okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. They are not going, we are not ignoring them. We are paying a lot of attention to your comments, and we understand that where you live, and that you're in very close proximity to the proposed crematorium. So thank you very much. The next person on my list, if you'd like to go by list, is Jamie French. And I'd like to remind, while Jamie is coming up to the podium, I'd like to remind everybody to please try to present information that is new, something that we haven't heard before, and also, please don't call out, remember, and also please be brief. Hello, Jamie. This is Jamie French, and Jamie lives at 48 Craig Avenue.
Right. Oops, this thing rolls, so I can't lean on it. Okay, so
Talk into the mic, Jamie.
is this better?
That's better.
Okay, I also would like you to deny this tonight on the lack of information, or the applicant should withdraw his application. We've been doing this forever. I mean, we can't, there's no name to the building, which is, I looked at the checklist, is item number 2. You're supposed to have a name. As a company, everyone else has a name. I don't know what's so difficult about naming your company. I'm tired of writing crematorium and chapel on everything. The hours, simple thing. When are you open? They stood here and said 9 to 5, but the application for clean air, for the air permit is 12 hours a day. 9 to 5 is not 12 hours a day. And we all know that anything that's said isn't important. What happens is what's on the permit when the investigator comes out and looks at the permit. And you know, how many site plans are we on now? 5 site plans, 4 or 5 site plans, and every time there's a site plan, there's different info, and we're supposed to forget what we've already known. The DEM had 6 questions. Now they have 12 concerning the septic because the numbers keep going up. They wanted to know, what's the occupancy? Are the customers going to be using the restroom? So what did the applicant do? They took all the restrooms out of the building. So on the next site plan, there are no restrooms. There never were any sinks, and now there's no restrooms as well. Why even bother to have water to the building? I mean, is that the way you respond to DEM? I mean, and so every time someone asks a question, it gets sort of evaded or it gets taken out. There's a door. On the last rendering, there's a door. Oh, no, it's a window. No, it's a door. Oh, it's a window with a cement pad. Well, is it a door or is it a window? According to the neighborhood business zone, the front door is supposed to be in the front or on the side, not in the back. Their front door is in the back. It faces east, which is the back. That's not supposed to be there. There's so many issues here. I mean, it's let's see. It's like a magic trick, and poof, it's gone. Oh, where's the restrooms? Oh, they were here, but not here anymore. But we're not supposed to notice that they're gone, or that there aren't actually any. There's square footage of a parking lot, but there's not actually any dimensions. I read the questions and answers that the town asked, and I just laughed the entire time. It's like, instead of giving answers, they're telling you to go search for them. Well, if you had found them to begin with, you wouldn't have been asking those questions. And they don't answer the questions. Oh, go see page C100, or go see page C101. I mean, that's pretty constant. Or they are asked questions, yes and no, answer, but they go around in a circle. It's like grading a high school student's paper who didn't study the night before. It's just, I'm neither giving it enough for the questions and answers. Thank you. So I guess the question is I don't want this to go on forever. I can see us, if you continue this, we'll be here on around the 4th of July, And half of you people won't be here, and half of us won't be here, and then all of a sudden they'll want a decision because everybody's gone on summer vacation. Because that's what happens. Applicants who put their application in between Thanksgiving and New Year's need to be watched. And they always wait for the next big holiday for a decision so that nobody's around watching. So you should deny tonight.
I'd just like
Thank
to
you.
state, thank you, Ms. French. I'd just like to state for the record that if we do, we might not, but if we do continue this matter to our May 2 regular monthly meeting in a month, that we will wrap things up then. Because I think everybody agrees that this has gone on for quite a long time. So we do need to get all of the information in so that the planning board will have a chance to review everything in a timely fashion before May 2nd, and then we will be prepared to make a final decision. But, you know, I've been watching this process for 20 years or more, and I can tell you, when we have a controversial application, you remember the casino, it goes on and on because the public needs to be heard, and the public hearings need to accommodate all of the people who want to speak, and a lot of people do want to speak. I'd like to now call on the next person on the list, Rick St. Pierre of 34 Hambly Avenue. And while Rick is coming up, I'd like to just ask people to think, do you have any questions that are relevant to the fire marshal? Because we're fortunate enough to have Lieutenant Dan Murphy, our Tiverton fire marshal, with us tonight. And he's the town expert on fire and on safety matters in general. So if you have anything that you would like to ask with respect to fire safety, take advantage of Dan's very generous presence with us tonight. So having said that, Rick St. Pierre.
Thank you. I'm here speaking on behalf of my family and Dave and Claire King, 26 Hanley. They can't make it tonight. And all the other taxpayers that are in this room. I've gone over this night's meeting for the last month, since the last meeting. I haven't slept in a week, going a little research to find out what I can do. So I was going to have a speech about environment and pollution and this and that. I got some information that I'm going to share tonight. Completely different than that. Does everybody on the board know the difference between a retort and an incinerator?
We do now.
Everybody know the difference? Really? You know what the difference is? The difference is nothing. A retort and an incinerator are the same thing. I have a piece of paper here that I found. A manufacturer, Fire Lake Manufacturing, who manufactures cremation equipment. And they say, and they're frequently asked questions, they say, what is the difference? Somebody asks them, what is the difference between an incinerator and a retort? And the main difference between an incinerator and a cremator is the spelling. The physical difference and operation of both are the same. One term may be more or less appealing to the others, to more than the other, I'm sorry. The terminology may be used to make a difference in a permit filed, when a permit gets filed. That's a company that makes the equipment. Another company, Cremation Systems, I believe that's Minnesota. They tell the people who are buying the equipment from them to research to determine if the zoning board and city council officials are elected or appointed. This can become a factor, especially during an election year. During a zoning meeting, answer only the questions asked with as few words as possible. They're telling these people to do that. I have in my hands the operating manual, the operating and maintenance manual for the equipment that Mr. Ferrera is planning to use. It comes from Matthews Environmental Solutions located in Apopka, Florida. In this paperwork, the word incinerator is used 7 times in reference to the equipment. This is the manufacturer of the equipment he's using. He's calling it an incinerator. Now, if I'm not mistaken, incinerators are not allowed in Tiverton? If they're not allowed in Tiverton, this should end it right here. If they're not allowed in Tiverton, this should end it right here. That is an incinerator he's putting in there. Call it anything you want. It's an incinerator by the manufacturer. The manufacturer's name supersedes anything anybody else wants to say. So I got some more stuff here that I have nothing to do. I'm retired now, so I spend a lot of time. Oh boy. So, oh boy, I just lost my pages. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, I need 3. So, let's get into a little bit of the smoke, because I kind of screwed up my pages here. The occasional smoke coming from crematorium chimneys is an inevitable byproduct of cremation process, says James Ahern, COO of Messenger Mortuaries, the company that oversees Paradise Memorial Crematory. Every crematory will smoke. If they tell you they don't, they're lying. It's just the way it is. This guy owns a business out in Arizona, in Maricopa County, Arizona. I also have here a certificate of compliance from the manufacturer of this equipment, Matthews Cremation, Division of DBA Industrial Equipment, blah, blah, blah. And it says, this is to certify that representative samples of, gives a bunch of different numbers of all their equipment they sell. It says incinerators. Where does this stop? All this is going on, and we're dealing with an incinerator that not allowed in this town? Anybody got an answer?
Well, I think that you're making a valid point.
I'm thinking.
That the planning board should think about. But
If it's not, they're not allowed,
but
how
here,
can, what's
but
there to think about it?
Our dilemma is this. The neighborhood business zone in which 730 Main Street is located does specifically approve crematoriums. Elsewhere in our code, it says no incinerators. So the code itself is flawed, seriously flawed,
Absolutely.
in my opinion.
You said that before.
But now we have to make a difficult decision. And we're going to, and we would like to avoid, we would like to, well, I think you understand.
I'll bail you out. In 2014, I have a question now. In 2014, the town spent a ton of money to create this zone, all these zones that you call them. And that's a neighborhood-friendly,
We actually got a grant for that.
Or whatever. So,
But I take your
where'd that
point.
money come from? It came from taxpayers eventually, right?
It was a state, I believe it was a state grant.
Where'd the state get the money from?
And it was,
Okay.
and it
All right,
was,
all right.
and the application was done by the then acting
So-
town planner.
Thank you. So this little zone that we have is called a neighborhood business zone,
Right,
correct?
yes.
Neighborhood business zone, you look up definition of that, and that's for barber shop, ice cream store, something like that.
I completely agree.
How can this business from out of state, that's never paid a nickel in this town taxes, come in here and ruin my life, my family's life, Bob's family's life, Claire King's family's life, and everybody else here who lives close to it? How can that happen? You're not following this code. What'd you spend all that money for, and you're not following it? You're not following it. The beautiful drawings. I looked at that plan. I've looked at that plan 1,000 times. Beautiful drawings. We gotta put the window set above the door so far. This building looks nothing like anything you want in that plan. Where are we going? We just got to keep building this town up to whatever you feel like doing? Thank you.
Well, I share some of your frustration. And I appreciate your comments.
You have to do what's right. If it's in the books, if those incinerators are not allowed, manufacture calls an incinerator, how can you pass this? You can't.
Thank you, Mr. St. Pierre. And I'd like to call on Mr. Seipol. You're next on the list. And Mr. Steve Seipol, a law firm is at 1 Turk's Head in Providence.
Well, it's the law firm of Gidley, Sarli, and Marusak in Providence. Mr. Chairman, I have to thank you for, you might be the first person that's ever pronounced my name right on the first try. So, but yes, my name is Steve Seipol. I'm an attorney with the firm Gidley, Sarli, and Marusak. I was retained by the TRAC group, the Tiverton residents, against the crematorium. And now, I heard the speakers before me who asked you to deny it tonight because you don't have enough information, and I fully support that. And I also heard the gentleman say that your ordinance bans incinerators, and I think it's the planning board's right to interpret that regulation and make that decision, and I would support that too. But the argument that I've made is that this should be a major land development review and not a development plan review. Under the development plan review, you are not really considering the biggest concern that all the people in this room have, which is the emissions that will be coming out of this building and the way they'll affect their health. So what you have under development plan review is, you know, how many parking spaces and where are the shrubs going to be, and that isn't sufficient to review this project. And just this afternoon, I received 2 things that were very interesting. So I received Mr. Lynch's response to my memo, where he cites to the definition for a land development project, which that definition, and I'm saying this because I know Mr. Lynch will respond to me later, I'd like to respond now, but he cited to the definition for a land development project, and that is something that, according to Mr. Lynch, the town's ordinances don't even recognize. So that doesn't apply, period. But even if it did, I would say that respectfully his argument is incorrect. The definition for land development project is a zoning ordinance may provide for land development projects, which are projects in which one or more lots, so we have one lot here, tracts or parcels of land are to be developed, which they're doing, or redeveloped as a coordinated site for a complex of uses, which they have 2 uses here, the chapel and the crematorium. Complex of uses, units or structures, including but not limited to, planned development and or cluster development for residential, commercial, institutional, industrial, recreational, open space, and or mixed uses, which is exactly what we have here, as may be provided for in the zoning ordinance. So even if this definition applied, I would respectfully say that Mr. Lynch is incorrect because this project fits within that definition. That was his argument, and the project does fit within that. But the other thing I received today was a response to a public record request, which shows me that on October 13, 2021, the engineer who submitted this application asked your then town planner, Ms. Siciliano, whether this should go through DPR or major land development. And he said, I understand you and the board have some discretion, which is exactly what I argued in my memorandum. You, the board, have the discretion to decide what level of review this goes through. Rubber stamp DPR easy review or a actual scrutinizing this project as a major land development. Ms. Siciliano's response was this would be a major land development process on October 13, 2021. I have an email October 18, 2022 from Ms. Sweet, who indicates that the chairman of the board has asked you to submit for development plan review instead of the major land development. An application for major land development was filed, and then it was withdrawn. And that decision was made without the full board participating in that decision. Your original town planner's instruction was file as a major land development. Under state law, it is the town planner who makes that decision initially, and it is the board who is a higher authority than that. So my argument that the board has the discretion, the ability to do this and to convert this to a major land development, I'm completely certain that you have the discretion and the ability to do that. And the problem, of course, is that under DPR, you do not get to review the most important concern that the residents have. Under a major land development, you have 5 criteria that you have to apply. One of them being consistency with the comprehensive community plan, and another finding that there will be no significant negative environmental impacts from the proposed development. That's not part of DPR. That is part of the major land development process. That is the process that allows you to consider the concerns that are being expressed from Dr. Bishop, from the other speakers. That is the process that this project should be reviewed under. Your regulations, state law, and the town's code both say that all non-residential land development projects are considered major land development plans. That is the Subdivision Enabling Act, and that is also your own definition in your own code, that all non-residential land development projects are considered major land development plans. So does the definition of development plan review apply to this? Yes, maybe that's correct. The definition of major land development also applies here, and you have the ability to put this on the right track so that it can be reviewed properly. So you've already, during this process, exercised your discretion to allow this public hearing that you did not have to allow. You all voted to take this from a DPR with no public hearing to a DPR with a public hearing. What it should be is a major land development process. That is the level of review that lets you actually consider the most important issue concerning this project. I'd be happy to answer whatever questions everyone has, if there are any. But we would be asking you to vote tonight to decide that this is what should be done.
Well, I just like to say, without disagreeing with anything you've said tonight necessarily, that when we began this process, I personally was under the impression that this was a relatively non-controversial. I did not. I was completely taken by surprise. I had no idea that this would blow up into the issue that we are facing now, and I suspect that some of my colleagues on the planning board probably were also taken a bit by surprise. I always thought that crematoriums were something like funeral parlors that were very discreet, very low profile, but clearly I have been given an education. And I'm sure that if the planning board knew then what we know now, that we may well have approached this differently. I will concede that. I'm not a partisan, and I'm not.
Can I
and
just
I
say
am
something
not-
real quick?
And I am
We
not.
give you guys complete respect when you're up here and you're talking. Can you please do the same for us? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so we are not, some of us are your neighbors. And so we understand where you're coming from, but please try to understand that we are operating under very serious legal constraints. And we cannot exceed those constraints without putting the town at risk of a lawsuit. But we are not turning a deaf ear to what you're saying tonight, believe me. And I have no idea where my colleagues may come out on this issue. I don't even know where I may come out on this issue. But we are still gathering information and trying to digest all of this. And yes, we I think feel very sympathetically for the near abutters, like Mr. Fazina, whose house I know very well because I knew the former occupant, Helen Holleran. So yes, so we're not your enemies.
Oh.
Now what Mr. Seipol is suggesting is that if we were to consider this project as a major land development, as opposed to development plan review, which is Article 20 of our zoning code, that we would then be able to apply a higher criteria, a higher standard for approval, by applying the two state-mandated standards of consistency with our comprehensive community plan, A, and B, no significant negative environmental detriments. I believe our legal counsel feels that we may actually be able to address those issues under development plan review. If you take a look at the regulations in something called our major land development and subdivision regulations, those are the regulations that apply to how the planning board makes decisions in addition to zoning. We may have the flexibility there of making findings of fact at the end of the day, making findings of fact that would take into consideration the comprehensive community plan, which after all is supposed to be the guiding document of future development in the town of Tiverton, that we might be able to do that, and that we might also be able to address some of the scientific issues, some of the potentially detrimental health impacts of the air emissions. That's all I can say. Did I make a mistake when I pleaded with Ashley to go back to the applicant and say, please do this under development plan review? I did that because development plan review has, and if you take a look at Article 20, you can read this for yourself, has about 6 really strong standards on design standards, high architectural quality. And I was thinking about some of the ugly metal warehouses that have been built in your neighborhood and in my neighborhood. I didn't want to see any more of those ugly metal warehouses, and I thought we could get a higher standard of architectural quality and landscaping and lighting if we went development plan review. So I was actually thinking, I was thinking, and obviously I was wrong, but I was thinking about protecting the neighborhood from the kind of ugly development that we all know has happened in recent years in that neighborhood. So that's why I made that plea. It turns out I was wrong, and I'm the first person to admit it. But I think that under the circumstances, it would be really very difficult for me, having asked the applicant to please change their application from major land development to development plan review, for me to go back to the applicant and say, oh, by the way, now I want you to go back to major land development. I think that would look frivolous, capricious, prejudicial. And I think that would put the town at risk in any future lawsuit if we did that. But having said that, please understand that we think, and we're still investigating this legally, we think we have the flexibility under development plan review, what we're doing right now, to bring in additional criteria into our findings of fact. And those findings of fact all have to be positive in order for us to approve a project, that we can bring the comprehensive plan back into the picture, and that we can bring negative environmental health impacts back into the picture. Again, we're not making a decision about that. We're simply saying those could be criteria that we could look at. So I'm offering that in the spirit of a way forward that is fair to the applicant and also responsive to all of the comments that have come out of the neighborhood. Because we're trying to listen to everybody and be fair to everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond. I mean, I know Mr. Romano, and he's an excellent attorney. I don't think I agree here, because I'm looking at Article 20 of the zoning ordinance for development plan review, and it provides the review guidelines. And it talks about general site standards, like where the building will be located on the lot, landscaping standards, and parking, circulation, and traffic. It refers to Article 10 of the subdivision regulations. And when I go to Article 10 of the subdivision regulations, I don't see a single thing in there that talks about protecting the health of the people that live near the facility, or the environment, or the emissions that are coming out of the building. Nothing. It talks about putting a fence around your dumpster. That's what's in Article 10 of the subdivision regulations, is things like, where are you gonna plant your trees? Nobody cares where they're gonna plant their trees. Nobody cares how many arborvitaes they have. This is about people that are worried they're being poisoned. And Mr. Chairman, I mean, you described it as a mistake, and you, the board, tonight, can fix that mistake. The only prejudice to them is that this process might take longer. That's it. That's not unfair prejudice. This is a slightly longer process that allows you to scrutinize the aspects of this project that are the most important to the people that live in the town. That is why you should fix that mistake tonight.
Yes, please.
Somebody could make a motion right now.
Let members of the planning board respond to what you've said.
I would just like to point out, and you're correct, that the entire planning board didn't necessarily participate in this decision. However, under Article 20, under site plan review, and this property qualifies for site plan review, under the threshold, let me just point out to you, and I have it right here, a review of project site plans that have an impact on the public realm and affect public safety, health, and welfare.
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
This is a part of Article 20, Section 2, General Provisions.
Section 2?
So even though Article 20 is different than major land development, it does not take away the board's responsibility to take into full account public health, safety, and welfare. So in fairness to both the board and that language that exists in all of our zoning code, it's there exactly to protect the public.
I'm not sure where you, I'm sorry, I'd like to know where exactly you're reading from.
I am reading from Article 20, Development Plan Review, Section 2. Site Plan Review, which is, reading this off of here, which is E1.
That is part of the pre-application / informal concept review process. I'm not saying that to be funny or to be disrespectful.
I'm reading this to you, okay? So this is under E, it's number 1, and it says, Site Plan Review. A review of project site plans that have an impact on the public realm and affect public safety, health, and welfare. And it's a very broad category.
What you were reviewing this under is Section 6 of Article 20, which gives you your review guidelines and your standards. That vague language about public health, safety, and welfare is all over the place in the land use legal world, and it really doesn't mean very much until you put particular standards that you were to apply, and those are listed in Section 6. And
Well,
they talk about shrubbery and parking spaces.
Excuse me, I'm not an attorney, but I will say, based on my experience in the town and my experience with various land use projects, unfortunately a number of which have ended up in court, that the references to public safety throughout our zoning code hold a great deal of sway with the courts. So this is not an appropriate place for you and I to argue this, and I'm not an attorney, but I will tell you that particularly as a board member, I fully feel that I have every opportunity under development plan review to take into account everything that anyone has said and any information that's been brought forward regarding public safety. That, I believe, is my charge as a planning board member, and you won't dissuade me from that. Thank you.
That's your opinion. I would refer you to Section 6, which provides the actual review guidelines that would be in your decision, none of which relate to the health of the people that live near the building. None of them. Development plan review is for a non-controversial project where you're talking about parking spaces and shrubbery and mundane things like that. It is not when you've got a project that is going to be blowing toxic pollution into the atmosphere in these people's neighborhood.
I just want to butt in, sorry, for just 1 second. Ryan LePage, Horizon Drive. We were told at the February meeting that because this was under DPR, we were not allowed to speak about the environmental impact by Mr. Todd Romano. This belongs in MLD. It was there originally and should stay there. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. I forgot that was in your meeting minutes, that they were told that is not relevant, that their concerns are not relevant. That is what they were told. Their concerns are relevant, and you can address those concerns under major land development.
The number one purpose, purpose of our zoning code is to protect the public health and welfare. And we take that into account, whether we're doing DPR or major land development or minor subdivision or any other project. We always take that into account. So I would agree with my colleague, Patricia Hilton, that we will be taking health and safety impacts into consideration when we make a decision on this project. And I don't think anybody up here on the stage ever meant to indicate at a prior meeting that we didn't think we could take that into consideration, health and safety into consideration.
So did Jay Lynch. We could not talk about it. It was nothing to do with the town. That came from Jay Lynch.
I think, sir, I think, first of all, please don't shout out or talk out of place. I think that what Mr. Romano and Mr. Lynch were probably getting at was the fact that when the state issues a permit, it supersedes the authority of the town, because in Rhode Island, towns are subdivisions of the state. We are under the state. We cannot challenge the state. The state always has the final word, whether we like it or not, and very often we don't like it. So I think that they were simply making the point, at least I understood them to be making the point, that challenging, that if the state were to issue an air quality permit governing emissions from the chimney stack of the retort, that we, the town, could not really challenge that, because that is not in our scope, and the courts would slap us down and say, no, the state preempts towns in that respect. So I think that's what they were getting at.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't there, but I did read the minutes, and I saw that they were told that their concerns weren't relevant. And your decision under DPR is based on the things listed in Section 6 of Article 20. Health, environment are not there. They are not listed in Section 6 of Article 20. That is not there. If you can't deny a project on criteria that are not listed in your regulations.
Well, we think that they're in Article 10 of our subdivision regulations.
Can you show me where?
Yes.
Because I've read them. I read them before the
I would
meeting.
direct your attention to Article 10 of the subdivision regulations.
Yep.
Section 2, general standards, subsection D, for example, design of development shall take into consideration all existing town and regional plans.
Including the comprehensive plan.
That doesn't say the health, or the
That
words health and
addresses
environment are not there.
Sir, that addresses your question concerning the comprehensive plan.
The word comprehensive plan is not written there.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you, Mr. Seipel. You know that's not how we conduct these meetings. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because it does say plans. And then Section 3, concerning commercial and industrial development design. Article 3, Section 2353, subsection 3, Roman numeral 3.
Where?
Mr. Seipel.
Where?
Section 2353 of Article 10 of the subdivision regulations.
Yep.
Roman numeral number 3, commercial and industrial development design.
Yes.
There are criteria there which, in my opinion, would permit this board to take into consideration environmental factors. For example, that they cannot approve a project that would have where adverse impacts could not be buffered.
Where does it say that?
It says, Thank
Is
you
that
for your
possible?
opinion. No. It does say, and adverse impacts buffered. That is one of the things that this board must consider
Where
and
does it
provide
say
for.
buffered?
So if we cannot buffer an adverse health impact, that would be an issue.
The word buffer
That
is
we-
not there.
I am reading this.
Visual screening of refuse areas,
Where-
screening of mechanical equipment and utility hardware.
Are you reading the first paragraph of Roman numeral 3?
You referred me to the criteria that were listed.
I did not. I said Roman numeral 3, commercial and industrial development design.
Drainage, noise, odor, lighting, and surrounding land uses.
Continue.
Sufficient and safe access. Adverse impacts buffered. Buffered, what,
From the neighbors.
buffered how? How do you buffer mercury gas coming out of a building?
That's a good question.
So that is a question we could consider.
If there's evidence.
Not very effectively under development plan review. You heard Dr. Bishop just shortly before I got up here saying that the permit that they're applying for with DEM doesn't even consider these things. That permit from DEM doesn't mean anything. A permit from DEM is not a rubber stamp that means that your hands are tied. You conduct your own review based on your own standards and your own code. And under development plan review, you can look at the negative environmental impacts of the project.
You mean major land
I'm
development?
sorry, yes, major land development.
Well, I think we can do it under development plan review as well.
I don't see how that's possible.
Okay. Let me,
I'm curious. If the planning board is saying that we believe that we have, between the purposes of zoning that are laid out in Rhode Island general laws, development plan review, our subdivision regulations, that we believe that we have a strong case to be able to consider any and all environmental impacts, since you're the lawyer for these folks, why are you arguing that we can't do that? I don't really understand. I don't understand that.
I'd like you to make a decision that is
Excuse me,
defensible if it's appealed.
Excuse me, I'm not quite finished, and you've been up for quite a while. This isn't a court case, this isn't a trial. We're telling you that we believe that. If you don't believe that, then you can certainly submit a legal brief to our legal counsel for review. But we're saying we want to do this, and you're telling us we can't. So I don't really understand how you think you're helping folks by making some sort of argument that says we can't take into consideration their clearly obvious concerns that many of us have listened to now, for multiple hearings, and with any number of people who have gotten up and made very good cases. Why are you telling us we can't do that? I thought you were trying to help them.
I am, and I would like you to make a decision that is defensible when the applicant appeals it, if the project is approved.
okay. So, thank you, Mr. Saipol. I would like to go through the last two people on this list. And then I would like to ask the applicant if they would have any comments or responses to what has been said tonight. And my colleagues can move in any direction they wish to move if they make a motion under Robert's Rules of Order, and then seconded, and then we have a discussion. So everybody has heard what you are requesting, but let's hear from the last two people on the list, because I think they both have substantive issues to address. The first is Stephen Hendrick of 31 Starlit Road, and then Dr. Kouros of 10 Starlit Road.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I think Mr. Hendrick has something to put up on the screen.
Thank you. I'm Steve Hendrick, 31 Starlet Road, and I'm talking on behalf of track folks in the room here. And everybody else, too. Okay, so thanks for the opportunity to allow me to come up here and hear our evolving concerns. The information I'm going to present tonight is a little different than what you've heard from us in the past. I think some of the issues have already been discussed. So one of the things that I'll do is I'll try to skip over those really quickly. So the reason we're here is that we are still fighting for one simple reason, which is that we feel the crematorium, as you know, doesn't belong at 730 Main Road or anywhere else in the town. So, could you go to slide 5 now? But as I want to point out, we are still very concerned about a variety of issues, which are all within the planning board's purview in this particular case. And we don't feel they've been adequately addressed by the applicant. So the first was the chapel, and we've heard a lot of discussion on that today. I think the point, could you go to slide 6? The point here is that there's been a variety of, let's see, where are we? Let's go to slide 7. Okay. The issue is that we've heard a variety of different stories around how many people the quote-unquote chapel is going to hold. And I guess the challenge here is that I'm not sure what to believe. I've heard there is a chapel, there isn't a chapel. So I just, in the event that we still have a chapel as we go forward, the concern here is that on 3 different occasions, we've heard different numbers. On February 1st, we heard expected capacity of 12 people. The third bullet here, which was on March 6th of this year, was 15 mourners. And then most recently, on March 21st, a maximum of 4 to 6 people. Next slide, please. So the concern here is one of not just parking, it's also primarily septic as well. And the fact is that if we don't have an accurate number for how many people can be in the chapel if there is one, plus the number of employees on site, I don't know how you can have a good estimate of what the septic system needs to address. If we have 10 to 15 employees and up to 15 mourners, then we're somewhere in the 25 to 30 souls at the facility at any particular time. So I would actually encourage Dan, the fire marshal, to enter into this conversation at the appropriate time to figure out, based on the size and the allocation of space inside of this facility, do we have a chapel? Do we not have a chapel? If we do have a chapel, how big is it? The 680 square feet that has been touted historically is about a 26 by 26 foot room. And I don't know what the rules are for how many people you can have in a room like that, but rather than what the applicant is suggesting, which is varied significantly, we ought to have somebody who's in the business of being able to understand how many people could fit in that room and be in that room legally, and use that as the criteria for both the septic and the parking. Let's skip ahead to slide 12. So we discussed traffic, I think, back at the first February meeting, and so I don't need to go into this all over again. But I do want to point out that we do have expert testimony on this that we acquired at that time, and we have Exhibit B, I think, which points out what that testimony was, that says that there will be instances where we can have between 50 and 100 cars in a procession, depending upon the faith of the person that may be burned in the crematorium. Now, I'm no expert in this, but I do rely on this expert opinion, and I am very concerned about what that means from a traffic and parking standpoint, because obviously in no situation would the crematorium be able to handle that number of cars. So anyway, I think this is something that we probably need to revisit and get clarity on in order to make sure that we don't have problems for the surrounding houses where people are parking everywhere in the event that there is one of these big processional funerals to the crematorium. Let's go to 13 now. Yeah, Jamie French already talked about the hours of operation. I did a little bit of math on this. It was quite simple. But what's happening here is that on a weekly basis, the hours of operation are going from 40 hours to 72 hours based on what was submitted to DEM. That is an 80% increase in the amount of time that they want to run that facility. And if you think about the amount of time per year that this represents, under the 40-hour scheme, that's 24% of every day in the year. If we move to a 72-hour, which is what they are asking for air permit for, that goes to 42% of the day is spent burning bodies every day, 365 days a year on average. So what that means, if they're running at full bore, is that 42% of every day people who are nearby are breathing those toxic fumes. And that represents almost a near doubling of the amount of toxic fumes that's coming out of that facility. Let's see. Slide 14. So we have mentioned a little bit about the topography of the property. It does slope up significantly as you head east. We don't have at this point a particular map that tells us what the elevations are. But I think just simply standing on Maiden Road and looking up the hill, as you go up the hill past even the end of Bob's property.
242 feet on my septic system.
Okay, to the top of the hill, which is a ways back, right?
No, right up to the property line.
All right.
The back of the lot is 326 feet to the water tower.
Okay. All right, so the point here, though, is that with the leveling of the land where the crematorium would be placed, there's really not going to be any room for a fence or even trees of any significant size to be able to hide it from the abutters. And so that's one of the big problems. And not only that, you can't put big trees near a bigger septic system anyway, so that becomes an intractable kind of problem. Let's see. Go to slide 16. So back to the environmental for just a minute. Once again, we're back to smokestack height, and the problem is based on what's in the design to date. The stack that is, I think, decided by the manufacturer, the height of the stack above the roof line, which is typically around 4 feet, I think I've heard. That's going to be at or below the level of windows of adjacent houses, and even lower as you go up the hill. So if you have any kind of a breeze that's blowing, a wind that's blowing up the hill, there are quite a few houses that are going to be exposed to that. Next slide, please. So this was actually the diagram. I think Bob showed this. This was the one from the applicant that shows the 250-foot radius from the incinerator. And Bob was absolutely right. It hasn't been personalized very well. So next slide, please. So we put in names here. We also put in the lifespan group because the lifespan group, I think at 250 feet, it's right about to the front door entrance of, okay, probably 250 then to the front door. So anyway, this personalizes it. Thanks. And we have right here 9 families and 2 businesses that are identified on this map. Next slide, please. And what I did was I went out to the actual documents, the town planning documents that talk about, that are used to understand exactly where every street and house are in the town. And so I drew here a 500-foot radius circle from the yellow dot in the middle, which is where the crematorium would be placed. And what that shows is we have 5 businesses and 43 homes that are within that circle. But it gets worse because if you draw a 2,500-foot circle around that crematorium, you end up with 843 residences and 28 commercial businesses that are being exposed to the fumes coming out of that particular site. And if you take that circle out even any more than that, you'll encompass a huge number of additional houses. But thinking just of the 843 residences that we have here, if you think about, on average, maybe 2 people per household, you're looking at 1,600 people. The town only has 16,000 people, which means that's 10% of the population of Tiverton who lives within 2,500 feet of the proposed site here. And that's just terrifying to me. That means a significant amount of the town is going to be exposed to what's coming out of the stack from that facility. Next slide, please. So a number of other states nearby actually have come to address some of the issues here. Connecticut here is stating that you can't put a crematorium closer than 500 feet to a residence. Vermont states that you've got to have a smokestack that's at least 4 feet higher than the height of the nearest home. I don't even know how they would do that here if it applied here, for instance. It'd be like a 50-foot stack or something. So anyway, this still creates a lot of issues, I think, for the abutters. In reality, you know, when you think about the fact, as we say in the last bullet here, that this business is by out-of-town interests, you know, you begin to wonder why it makes sense. Next slide, please. I think we've covered this one. This was low impact development, so I don't need to read through this. I think we already talked about the fact that we haven't seen a written application from the applicant that covers all of the issues that are specified under LID. So I don't think I need to go through this because we already know the answer to it. Next slide. Okay, we're good. Now, it's our understanding that the applicant is a licensed funeral home owner-operator in Massachusetts, and the rules in Massachusetts say that they are prohibited from having an interest in a Rhode Island crematorium. That's Mass General Law, apparently. And so I don't need to read all of the text of the law here, but what it says is that if you own a funeral home, you cannot also be in the crematorium business or any like business, including caskets or vaults or urns. So, next slide, please. And there was actually a case that came up with a fellow named Derek Wallace. He lived in Massachusetts. He was a licensed funeral director. He owned a crematorium in New Hampshire, and the Mass Board found that Wallace had violated their rules and regulations because he had an ownership interest in both a funeral home and also this outside interest in a crematorium. Next slide, please. And the board there explained that the regulations clearly prohibit any funeral director from Massachusetts from holding any ownership interest in or engaging in crematorium business. The board concluded that Wallace's conduct in both owning the Massachusetts funeral home and the crematorium in New Hampshire was a flagrant violation of the board's rules and regulations. Now, to our knowledge, the applicant here has not asked for any an advisory opinion from the Massachusetts board nor is it part of any current investigation by Massachusetts state officials. Next slide. But the board also notes that ignorance of the law is no excuse, and it says here in the quotations that anybody can ask for an advisory ruling if they want. So my question to the board is that if the applicant is in violation of this regulation, what does that say about honesty and integrity of the applicant? And therefore, why is the town willing to do business with a person like this? So in conclusion, we feel 730 Main Road's a terrible place for an incinerator. I've already mentioned that 10% of the population lives within 2,500 feet of this proposed site. I don't believe the Tiverton residents do want an incinerator, and they're not being served well by the incinerator. We don't have that many deaths in our community, which means that the incinerator will serve out-of-town and out-of-state interests and really won't support any of the activities that go on inside of Tiverton. Next slide, please. And so the incinerator is really grossly inconsistent with the town's comprehensive community plan. We will continue to fight. We will continue to fight any incinerator in our community. We will continue to fight for our quality of life. We will continue to fight for the value of our homes. And we will continue to fight for the health of our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick. And so our final public speaker would be Dr. Kouros of 10 Starlet Road. Is Dr. Kouros here?
We actually have a virtual Dr. Kouros, if that's okay. He's on video, and we can put him on the projector now if you like.
Well, how long?
8 minutes.
We have agreed to put him on, yes. And again, please think, if anybody has any questions to ask the fire marshal. Mr. Hendricks mentioned the fire marshal. Would somebody like to simply summarize then? We're having technical difficulties.
Sharon, why don't you read it, because you wrote it in the letter, it's the same thing.
Actually, you know what? I can play it here on mine, and you can play it there, okay? That's what we could do.
It won't be sync sound, I don't think. But,
Oh, okay.
that's the only problem.
Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe we could give it a go.
But we'll give it a try here.
Okay.
This is going
Hang on.
I could use play it on my laptop right here too, but there won't be any video. It'll just be audio.
All right, do you want to get over there and start yours? And I'll get mine, when I get mine up.
I can restart it whenever.
Hang on, I gotta find it. Oh, I know where it is.
We're almost there.
We've already submitted this in.
Do we need it to do it?
I want to, can they hear me? I want to ask them to make a motion on voting for changing this from DVR to MLD. They've never said it to a motion.
Okay, you don't need to do this thing.
Okay. All right, here it is, but,
If you go, good video.
all right, you want to start it at the beginning?
Yeah.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm going to play the video, and I got the audio.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Al Caros, and I live at 10 Starlight Road in Tiverton. I'm addressing you today as a concerned private citizen and as a subject matter expert in primary care. I've submitted my CV to you in advance along with a written version of the testimony I'm about to give. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board for a second time. My intent is to provide the specific scientific evidence that was requested of me by the town solicitor during my previous testimony on February 7th. I consider 730 Main Street to be an unsuitable location for a crematorium. In my opinion, the proximity to private homes, school bus stops, and a primary care practice across the street create unwarranted health and safety risks based on published information from the EPA regarding emissions from crematoria and their potential impact on health. I am therefore strongly opposed to the current plan. The most appropriate and up-to-date reference document regarding emissions from crematoria is the January 2021 updated release technical support document issued by the EPA as an enhancement to the initial complete release of its 2017 National Emissions Inventory. This report supersedes a previous 1999 EPA study that was referenced in prior testimony by the applicant. The 2021 EPA report states, quote, "The cremation of human remains results in emissions of particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, carbon monoxide, and other hazardous air pollutants. It is a significant source of mercury emissions due to mercury in dental fillings as well as mercury in blood and tissues. In 2017, human cremation resulted in the emissions of approximately 1.8 tons of mercury. That was in the US. So with regard to the health effects associated with some of these emissions that I just ticked off, the EPA's own website, www.epa.gov, gives us quite a bit of useful information on this. They state particulate matter, which contains microscopic solids or liquid droplets that are so small that they can be inhaled and cause serious health problems. They say short-term exposure to sulfur dioxide can harm the human respiratory system and make breathing difficult. They state breathing air with high concentrations of nitrogen oxides can irritate airways in the human respiratory system. Such exposures over short periods can aggravate respiratory diseases, particularly asthma, leading to respiratory symptoms, hospital admissions, and visits to emergency rooms. They go on to state about volatile organic compounds that health effects include eye, nose, and throat irritation, headaches, loss of coordination and nausea, and damage to liver, kidney, and central nervous systems. And they go on to state that some of these compounds are suspected or known to cause cancer in humans. Mercury exposure at high levels, they state, can harm the brain, kidney, lungs, and immune systems of people of all ages. They go on to emphasize that mercury is a neurotoxin, and because of that, unborn infants and young children with still developing nervous systems are the most vulnerable. So we have the EPA report on emissions, and what's in them, And then we have the specific statements of various health risks associated with exposure to these compounds. I want to turn back now to an issue I raised at some length when I spoke to the board on February 7th regarding my particular concern that frail elderly patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease will be shuffling across that parking lot of the primary care practice across the street, pulling their portable oxygen tanks, and they are probably the most vulnerable citizens who could potentially suffer adverse health consequences from exposure to the emissions from a crematorium. The CDC has clearly asserted that exposure to air pollution has been linked to increases in COPD-related emergency department visits and hospitalizations. I've included that reference in my written testimony, and again, I think this is the specific scientific evidence that you were looking for. There's a lot of particulars in the information I just shared, and I find them to be compelling. So the EPA's published statements go on, to emphasize that even short-term exposures to some of these compounds can in many cases have detrimental health effects. I think that's also a particular point. And it's also particularly important that many of them seem to have in common that they affect the respiratory system. So with regard to the location across from the primary care practice, I remain deeply concerned about that particular risk. In summary and in closing, it's my opinion that the available scientific facts suggest that the risks of choosing 730 Main Road as the location for a crematorium are significant and unwarranted based on health and safety concerns. The science is admittedly still evolving, and so we don't know everything we'd like to know in precisely quantitative terms. And so the data that we have, maybe it doesn't tell us exactly what we would want to know. But there is a lot that we do know. We do know that there are clearly health and safety risks. We do know that the EPA tells us that crematoria emissions include particulate matter and sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds and carbon monoxide and mercury. We do know that these substances are dangerous to human health, especially for the young and the frail elderly, and especially from a respiratory perspective. And we do know that numerous other communities have had problems with visible particulates and bad odors from crematoria. And we do, lastly, know that the worst toxin here, which is probably vaporized mercury, is odorless and colorless. So we won't even know when it's putting our kids at risk, because the most we can hope for is an initial stack test, and that's not guaranteed. And we've come to understand that there will not be additional surveillance emission tests going forward. So why would we ever allow such a facility to be placed near homes, school bus stops, and healthcare facilities? Surely a more remote location would offer some margin of safety for location of this admittedly essential service. Thanks for your attention.
So now I'd like to call on...
I apologize, Stu. This will just take 2 minutes, I swear. So we just heard everything that expert...
so this is
Ryan LePage. I thought I said it before, so I don't have to say it again. Ryan LePage, 5 Horizon Drive. We just heard everything that expert said, the primary care physician said. And all that we're left to fight those toxins is adverse impact will be buffered. That is in our DPR. We didn't take a vote on what you guys want to do about that. We only heard from Stu, we only heard from Patricia, but will anyone file a motion to put this in the correct classification for this type of business where we will not have anything besides buffering prevent us from getting those toxins in our lungs? Will anyone else make a motion for this?
Thank you, Mr. LePage. The board will make our own decisions, but before we get to that point, and we will be voting on a couple of items in just a minute, I'd like to call upon Mr. Lynch to see if he has any rebuttals or any any responses that he'd like to make at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I know it's getting late and you've got other applications to be heard tonight. Just briefly, I want to respond to Mr. Seipols, I apologize. His arguments, I disagree with them. I've submitted my letter to the board explaining why I don't think major land development is appropriate in this case. Also, this matter has been deemed, the application has been deemed complete, and I think it would be prejudicial at this point for the board to change midstream and require my client to go through major land development. So we would object to any change that the board would make. Briefly, I know you've heard a lot of testimony about crematoriums not being appropriate in this district. What it comes down to is that this is a legally permitted use under the Tiverton zoning ordinance. My client has every right to pursue that use on this site, subject to state approvals. DEM is going to have to issue an air quality permit. If they don't, there won't be any crematorium on the site. If they do, I don't think there's anything that this board can do to stop that use from continuing on the site. We're here for design review and site plan review. I think we've met the criteria under your ordinance. I understand you may have some other theories as to what other, less impact may have. We'll be happy to consider those if the board has comments, and if Ms. Sweet has comments about that, we'll address them. We've been responsive to all of the town's questions as they've come up during the process. So I'm not going to argue anymore. You've heard enough. One issue I just wanted to raise before you get to that point is we're hopeful DEM is going to issue the septic permit. That's a checklist item. We're hopeful it's going to be issued in time for your May meeting. It's possible it may not. So we're prepared to continue this for 60 days. It's up to the board. I know that the crowd is not going to be happy, but I don't want to be in a position where we're here in May again, and all of a sudden we say DEM has not finished its review. So I'll leave that up to the board's discretion as to whether you want to continue this for 30 days or 60 days.
So what Mr. Lynch is talking about is continuing the time clock so that we could hear this again on May 2nd. So what we need to do, what the board needs to do, is actually have a motion to continue, and I would continue. Yes, Patricia.
Before we get to the motion, could I ask Lieutenant Murphy to come up before we make any motions? Thank you, Lieutenant Murphy.
So, sorry, Dan, I passed you over.
No, you didn't. So my name's, do you have questions?
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself,
So my name's
please,
Lieutenant Dan Murphy. I am the town's fire marshal. I know this gentleman asked a couple questions, but I'll just give you a little background of what I know. November 17, 2022, I was involved in a technical review committee meeting with members of this planning board and I think it was the applicant's attorney, what have you. Not that I had concerns, but I told them exactly what the fire codes needed to do. I know I've heard 680 square feet for this chapel or this room. I cannot confirm or deny that. They have not submitted plans to me for review. Well, please, that in this normal process, and this is every applicant, nobody has submitted plans to the fire department for review at this time. It is a waste of my time and the applicant's time if they get denied by this board for me to review those plans. Those plans do not come to my office or the building inspector's office until they get approval from this board. So please do not hold that against this applicant or any applicant. That is the normal process. So in regards to the 680 square foot room, the fire code has specific numbers that I have to use. I have to look at that plan and see what gets it's subtracted from that 680. I'm not going to speculate anything here, but there are specific numbers that I have to use by law, by the fire code. If a certain town board wants to minimize that number, that is up to that board, that is not up to me, and I do not follow that rule because I have state law that I have to follow. Okay? So I think with that,
Thank you.
So right now, until you see an actual plan with the fenestration and the doors and all that other stuff, you couldn't tell us a 680 square foot room would hold X number of people.
so I could probably
standing up.
tell you the number what 680 square feet can hold, but the problem is what do I subtract from that number? Okay, because is there something pew? Is there, a closet? Again, I don't know. They have to come up with that review or that plan once it gets through your process. So I can say, yeah, 680 square foot, times, and I can go over with my calculator and figure it out for you. But again, what am I subtracting from that room? I don't know. Again, is there a closet that's, a 10 by 10? Well, that's 100 square feet, so now it's a 580 square foot. Again, I don't know without seeing the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Murphy.
So please state your name and address.
Joe Resendi, 726 Main Road. They're gonna need fire-coated walls on the interior, correct? Because of an 1800-degree retort in a wooden structure?
If you'd like, you can come have my job anytime you want. I'll give it to you. Matter of fact, I'll take the badge off my chest and give it to you. I cannot comment on that because, again, I have to look at the construction type. I have to look at the specs for that retort chamber because, again, just like your wood stove, your pellet stove, it comes with certain specifications and how to install it. We're going to do the same exact thing if this gets approved. He's going to have to provide us and the building inspector and I don't know if the mechanical inspector with those certain specifications, and we follow the manufacturer's recommendation. Okay?
Given the Station nightclub situation, are you going to be requiring fire suppression at all inside this building?
I will require what the state fire code requires me to.
And so obviously you said you're the one that sets occupancy, correct? For the town?
Fire code, yes.
Okay.
So-
Last meeting,
Wait a minute. So I said it per fire code. If the town, and I don't even know if the planning board, I don't know who can do it, if they set a lower number or if the town council sets a lower number, that's on their business license. That is not by fire code.
Now, if your occupancy calls for more than 10 parking spaces, this whole thing would have to get redesigned because they're only calling for 10 parking spaces.
I don't call for any parking. I don't care if there's no parking.
No,
So
your occupancy numbers would dictate parking.
that's above my pay grade. That's nothing to do with me. That's why I said I don't care if they have no parking. That's got nothing to do with the fire code.
Are you aware of any insurance companies that would cover an 1800-degree retort in a wooden structure?
You're asking the wrong person that question.
I just figured I'd put it out there.
Again, there's crematoriums all over the place, so I would have to say yes, but you're asking the wrong
Right,
person if you want.
but
my
most of
opinion.
those are all metal structures, and the town did not want a metal structure, they want it now wooden. So that's something that I would hope that the planning board would take into consideration. Because then you're putting this gentleman's crews at risk on reaction times and all that other stuff.
Well, I can tell you that whatever metal building, concrete building, wood building, however building, hay building, it's going to meet fire code. I can tell you that, just like I do for every project that comes in front of me. I will not sign any document that is going to violate fire code. And that's got to do with this gentleman's project, or the next project that comes in front of me, or the projects that are already in front of me.
Just while I have your attention, has anybody checked the financial background on this group?
That's not really within our jurisdiction at all.
Suppose you approve the building, they start constructing, then they run out of money. Now you have an eyesore sitting on Main Road. Nothing else.
So, thank you, Lieutenant Murphy.
Somebody else? I know there was a couple people over there, so, no? Okay. All
So
right.
now I'd like to call on Mr. Lynch, and I'd like to suggest, in fact, I'll actually make a motion that we continue the time clock just in case we really need to do this, although we have every intention of making a final decision at our May 2nd meeting. Just in case we do need the extra time, would you grant a time clock extension to June 13? That is just 1 week after our June 6 regular monthly meeting.
Yes.
So if we don't get a quorum for some reason on June 6, we'd have a little time to put a special meeting together. So I would make a motion then to continue the time clock on this application to June 13, 2023. Do I have a second? This is for the planning board. If the planning board does not provide a second, my motion fails.
I will second it for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, and now Rosemary made a second.
I seconded for discussion,
For discussion purposes.
the time clock. So people can air it out.
So under Robert's Rules of Order, when a motion is made and seconded, then the next. No.
No.
No. And then the next item of business is a discussion. You know, I understand the frustration of the people sitting in the audience. We've been doing this for way too long. I would like to call an end to it, but I think it's always prudent to give ourselves a little extra time because we never know what might be happening in the future. And keep in mind, the state imposes on planning boards that we hear applications within a certain time frame, or that application is approved by default. It's automatically approved if we cannot put that application on the agenda within a very short time frame. The time frame has gotten shorter in recent years. So we don't know what kind of applications may be coming down the pike, although we hear some pretty ugly rumors. And so one of my concerns is that we need to juggle a bunch of different applications and make sure that everybody is heard in a timely fashion. Otherwise, we could have dreadful things imposed on the town of Tiverton by default. So is there any further discussion before we take a vote? Yes, Chris?
Can anybody shed light on what's taking so long with the permit processing?
They keep lying.
They keep changing what's taking so long, and then if June 13th would be the date, is it over then and the decision's made for, the application or the permit isn't approved?
Well,
Does the time clock cease at that point, or do we continue to extend it to wait till the DEM gets
So we really need to ask Mr. Lynch why he feels the permit process has been so slow in this respect.
Well, I can't speak for DEM as to why it's taking so long. What I do know is that a number of concerned citizens are contacting DEM about this specific septic permit, and as a response to those inquiries from members of the public, DEM is asking additional questions which they do not normally ask for a septic designed for this size building. So we keep responding to questions that DEM has. You know, for instance, one of the questions they had is there going to be any embalming fluid used on the site? So we had to respond back and say, no, there is not. So there's not going to be any chemicals going into the septic system. So that's the process. That's why DEM has not yet given a final determination on the permit.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second, we are in discussion phase.
Mr. Hardy, may I say something?
We do not take any comments or any questions when we are in this phase. We are right now in.
Okay, you were just asking about why the application, why the permits were taking so long, and I have some very valuable information for you. If you'd like me to go sit down, I will, but
I would like you to sit down at this point because
Of course you do.
You were clearly out of order. Now,
Yeah.
I would have called on you earlier, but at this point, you were out of
I did
order.
raise my hand, and you just looked over me, so I was trying to speak in this public.
When we have,
Stu,
thank you for being,
Stu.
for being a considerate audience.
I think the fire marshal has something to input.
Yes.
Sorry. Well, I want to, wait.
You're actually out of order, but technically you're out of order, but
Well,
I'm
just trying to-
going to waive that for you.
All right, I just want to answer Miss.
No, I think Lieutenant Murphy's trying to answer a question that I asked specifically.
Yes, that's
that
right,
he
because
didn't
I had
have
to
the
go over
answer
there
at
and
the time.
look up
Thank
the
you.
code and look up the calculations. So, again, this is a 680, I'm going by what everybody's telling me. Again, I don't know what I'm minusing here. So a 680 square foot room, I can go anywhere from 14 to 45 people, roughly, okay? So again, that's the fire code, and again, I don't know what I'm minusing, but those are the rough numbers. That was it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. But keep in mind, we are required under the state constitution to operate our meetings based on Robert's Rules of Order. And when there's a motion and a second, then all discussion from the public has to cease. No questions, no comments. I took comments from the applicant only because Chris had raised a question that no one on the planning board could really answer. But now the discussion is exclusively just among the planning board members. So again, I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude to you. It was just the wrong time. So is there any further comments from members of the planning board? Hearing
I
none.
just want to add that I will not be able to be present for next meeting, but I would be here in June.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. So hearing no further discussion, I would now like to have a vote on this, and I don't think we need a recorded vote on this. I think a show of hands is sufficient. So all of those in favor of the motion?
You're only extending the time clock. That's the only issue. Correct.
Vote on it now.
It depends.
Okay, I'm voting in favor of my motion, but I think I don't have a lot of support. Okay, I will withdraw my motion since it failed. I will make a motion. Let us deal with the time clock first.
I thought that was just canceled, that was denied. Nobody voted for it.
The 60 days was denied. I would like to amend my failed motion, actually make a brand-new motion because that motion failed, for roughly a 30-day extension. Since our meeting is May 2nd, then I would ask to go out to May 9, giving us an extra week. Is there a second on my motion to extend the time clock to May 9, 2023? Is there a second to that? I don't,
I'll second for the purposes of discussion.
okay. So I'd like to remind my colleagues that if we do not extend the time clock tonight, the time clock will run out before next week.
April 15th.
It's next week. Therefore, we would, and if the time clock runs out without us making a decision tonight, then the project is automatically approved. So, we have to make a decision tonight, either to extend the time clock or to make a decision on the application itself. So, I think we should extend the time clock and get additional information for the rest of this month, and then May 2nd, we will then be prepared to make a final decision, having heard and considered everything, and hopefully even having permits in hand. So that's the plea I'm making now
Stu?
to my esteemed colleagues.
If I could just maybe suggest that we pause on extending the time clock and just hear other things that are possibly going to happen before we vote on extending the time clock for the 30 days.
I want to make a motion to deny the application, so I'd like to do that before you extend.
Well, we've got a motion on the table. It's been seconded.
Who was the discussion?
No, you're next. You're next in line, believe me. But let's dispose of this. Let's dispose of this now. No, the next person I call upon will be Adam.
Just let her ask a question.
Yes.
You guys decide you don't want to deny the application, can we go back and make a motion again to extend the time clock 30 days? Yes. We can make the same motion twice and give it two different votes?
Circumstances
will have changed.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, so I think I see the plan of action. The plan of action is becoming more and more clear to your chairman. So now I will again call the question, unless there's further discussion. Hearing no further discussion. Those in favor of extending the time clock to May 9, 2023. So we're just extending it to the May meeting now. Raise your hands. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 out of 9. Therefore, my understanding, the motion fails because we would need 5 votes. So now I will call upon Adam, because I believe Adam has a motion he'd like to make. No break. No break.
So I'm going to make a motion to deny the application due to the applicant applying for a business or use that is not allowed in the town of Tiverton based on current zoning code. That's it. I think Rosemary wants to add something to my motion, maybe?
Did everybody understand that? Who's taking minutes? Is that taking minutes?
He's talking right into the microphone.
Rosemary
wants to add something to my...
I would like to add something to it. I'll ask it in the form of a question, Adam. Is that pertaining to the prohibited use in Article 4, Section 15F, for the Town Code of Tiverton? Just put it into your motion.
Yes.
I suggest that.
Can I have a minute just to type that up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, speak slowly.
I will. Can you repeat that, please, for me, Rosemary?
Of the Tiverton zoning code, Article 4, Section 15, small f, prohibited uses. Is that all right, Mr. Legal?
That's your motion.
Different zoning code, you gotta, I'm in the middle of trying to type with just, my text finger. Can you repeat what you just said, please, Rosemary?
Repeat
Oh,
what
I'm
you said.
sorry.
Repeat it, please.
Article, Town Zoning Code,
Yeah.
Article 4, Section F, and it's a small, Section 15, small f, is in Frank.
Section 15F?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you repeat my motion? All right, I'd like to make a motion to deny the application due to the applicant applying for a business use that is not allowed in the town of Tiverton based on current zoning code, Article 4, Section 15F.
Thank you. Now, do we have a second to that motion? So,
I'll second.
Peter actually had his hand up before you did, Amanda, but you spoke first, so we'll recognize you as the second. So now we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this motion? So, Patricia Hilton?
If it's the board's determination this application is to be denied, I'd like to feel comfortable that it is on the strongest possible grounds and that there's not a question of appeal. So I would like to ask our solicitor to opine on the defensibility of this particular motion. And I want to make this clear. I'm not making a decision necessarily one way or another, but whatever we decide, I want to make sure that it is legally as defensible as possible. So I would like to hear from the solicitor, please.
That motion, if you denied the application based on that motion, you're going to be overturned 100% of the time. And I say that based on the zoning official's opinion to you, which is a part of the record, stating that this is a permitted use in this zone.
Change to MLD. We can defend ourselves under that.
Okay, we are still under discussion here. We have our attorney's opinion. Does anybody else have any comments or any questions? Yes, Adam?
There's just a conflict, Todd, because you have a use that's permissible, correct? In a crematorium. Is that correct?
Speak into the mic, Adam.
The use of a crematorium that's permissible. But what overshadows that is the fact that the town of Tiverton just does not allow incinerators. And in my opinion, that fact just supersedes the which is like a sub-regulation.
Actually, the regulation permitting funeral homes, moratoriums, and crematoriums is more specific and therefore would govern over the more general prohibited uses of incinerator.
When you say specific, that you just mean it has more words in its...
No, it's specific
code.
to that use is why I'm saying it's specific as opposed to a general incinerator.
Why does
Adam.
our zoning specifically state that we can't operate an incinerator in this town?
Because-
And that's what you're doing, operating an incinerator in this town.
Well, at some point when
And
the
for
zoning...
you to say that it would just get denied 100% outright, I mean, there is an argument there for smarter people than me, but there is an argument there. And whether it's, to dismantle our zoning and make, my point right or yours, I mean, that'll happen at a later date, but right now there's an argument there.
At some point, the town council decided that crematoriums would be a permitted use in this zone, and they did that knowing that incinerators were otherwise prohibited, and therefore it's a permitted use. And I'm not mocking your position, Adam, I'm just telling you, based on my experience, that this specific use is permitted, and if this is the motion to deny the application, it's not defensible.
Okay, you've heard our solicitor.
So this is something that could be thought out, talked about within the next 30 days to get a real answer that puts this to bed finally, what an incinerator is versus what the use is. We know what the use is, right? But what's the incinerator? It sounds like there's some gray area there. How do we get beyond that in the next 30 days? If we decide to extend the time clock, if we go back to that motion again. Seems like,
For me?
I'm just saying, I'm just saying that's something that we should look at. It doesn't seem like we're gonna have the answer tonight to what the incinerator is or what the final outcome's gonna be. Seems there's a little bit of a gray area there. I think we need to get that cleaned up in the next month.
I think what Chris Shriver is saying is that if we do deny this, I want to be on solid ground, or as solid ground as we possibly can be, and really think this through to make sure that if we happen to deny it, that we can go to first the zoning board and make a good case. And then if the zoning board doesn't agree with the planning board, we can go straight to, or somebody can go straight to Superior Court and have a better argument than the one that we have tonight. So I think that's a good reason for extending this for 30 days.
I mean, we've had conversations throughout the night about if we shifted it from whatever the plan review was to the land use, that's still gonna take time anyway. So let's use these 30 days and get this captured and put this to rest.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Chris. Now, do we have any other comments? I think Peter has some comments. Again, please, in the audience, listen, do not speak.
Well, I have a question, but I just want to preface it by saying that, and I understand Adam's point, but Adam, what I'm really understanding is that we would be not on strong legal standing at all. And so with that point, if we were to vote instead tonight, if we were to have a motion to consider changing, because from the testimony I've heard, I am in firm belief that this is an inappropriate, the process we're going through is just the wrong process, and an error was made. Having said that, if we vote tonight on a motion to move this by our discretion to a major land development process, that means that, if I'm not mistaken, the existing request is denied and they'd have to reapply. Is that correct?
This whole request to change the application to major land development really causes a lot of problems procedurally. And I have not been able to assess what it's going to do to you legally. And I think it's not necessary, because it's my interpretation of the DPR review, as Ms. Hilton has very eloquently expressed, that there are opportunities within it to address the same issues that are raised in the major land development 5 factors that you would consider there.
But if in fact the criteria which we are using to measure against it could equally be overturned in the same way that we're saying that the position and the vote that Adams just put forth would not stand, I have concerns that it would not stand under that review. I think that we would have more weight to consider under the other process. So procedurally, I don't understand if you could explain the procedural difference.
This applicant has been before you at least 3 times on a development plan review application. It is going to be procedurally and prejudicially, affected if you change the application at this time. It's procedurally incorrect, is my current assessment of it. If you really want to do this, and I just need more time to assess it. Mr. Seipol's memorandum didn't come in until Thursday of last week. Mm-hmm. Mr. Lynch's memorandum came in this morning, I believe it was. Okay. I don't think you should be put in a position of having to make that decision at this time. And as I've said, I believe you can still use a lot of the same criteria from major land development in your DPR review and still be on strong footing.
Okay. Peter, did that answer your question? Or?
It answers the question, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not happy about it, but it answers the question. I think that there was a procedural issue, and as a member of the board, that I didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on how this should be done procedurally is really worrisome to me, that it was done through a different manner. So we're in the situation now because of that, so I want to look forward, not backwards. So if that means adding some time, then I'm willing to do that. But, so my question is answered for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. We still have a motion and a second, and we're just discussing it
Stu?
now, so.
I have to agree with Peter, on his standing. And if I would say, I would think that we should do 60 instead of 30, so that more information could be gathered, if we do decide to deny Adams.
Yeah, but first we have to make a decision on Adam's motion.
Okay, I just want it to be known for 60.
So, so if no one, does anybody else have any comments? If not, let's then, by a simple show of hands, vote. Those in favor of Adam's motion, please raise your right hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, I think it's unanimous, and it's 8-1, 8 against, Adam in favor. So now we're back to deciding on the time clock. And again, we can do, we can extend the time clock beyond our May meeting or beyond our June meeting. Amanda just said she thought it might be smart to do it beyond the June meeting. Yes, what, Tricia?
So, I'm not inclined to extend it, open-ended for 60 days. I think that personally, I'd be willing to have a 30-day extension. And that doesn't mean that if absolutely necessary, we couldn't have more. But in that 30-day time frame, amongst other things, I'd like to give our solicitor the opportunity to have some time to be able to present a case to us, which I think he firmly believes that he can, that we have all the powers necessary to consider public health, safety, and welfare as part of our decision, regardless of whether or not it's major land
And the
development.
comprehensive plan.
And if the solicitor would agree to that, then I would propose a 30-day extent, or an extension of the time clock till May, what was the date you
May
said? Stu?
9.
Until May 9th, and asking the solicitor to provide information to the board ahead of time, so that we feel one way or another, legally, we're comfortable in any motions that we might be making. That's my motion.
Does somebody second that motion? Chris Schreiber seconds that motion. Any discussion on the motion for an extension of the time clock to May 9, 2023? I'm hearing no further discussion. To gather information. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor? I believe it is 8-2, and any opposition, Adam votes no. So it's 8 yes, 1 no. So we now have an extension of the time clock. Now, we have to do at least one other thing. So I will make a motion to extend the public hearing to May 2, 2023, which is our regular monthly May meeting, and so that we can hear from the public if further information is available from the public. Does anybody care to second my motion? Tricia Hilton seconds that. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor? Okay, so I believe it is, this time I believe it's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something for the record?
Yes.
I'd just like to report that I did watch the YouTube presentation of the meeting. your meeting, February meeting, that is, and I reviewed it, and I am up to speed, and I thank all of the people that submitted information for the project.
Right, so Rosemary says she was absent, but she did review the YouTube very carefully. Okay, now, is there any further business under this agenda item? Seeing no further business, thank you all for coming, and thank you for being such a good audience. Yeah, okay.
My kidneys.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
I had to text my wife to close my windows in my truck.
That way, yeah, okay. Not the way we came in, the other way. Straight ahead, okay. Holy smoke.
So we're taking a very brief break. So if the next applicant, agenda item number 2, would like to get organized and come forward, I'm going to call us back into order soon. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Jeremy. Don't tempt me, Jeremy. Don't tempt me.
We have to be out of here in 45 minutes? Where's Ed? Ed should know.
We might, if you guys want to show something.
Thank you.
Oh, that's just so much.
Yeah, we're going to be out before then. Okay, we've had our 5 minutes. I'd like to call our meeting back into order. And the second item on our agenda is Pocasset Reserve, formerly known as Tiverton Heights, corner of Fish and Souza, 136 acres roughly. This is 275 residential units, including LMI, low and moderate income units, in 2 phases in a R60 zoning district. The applicant came before the board February 6 to amend the preliminary plan. And the applicant, and I see Jeremy Lake, and I see Tom Principe, and I see Bill Landry. And what we did back in February and early February is the applicant asked for 3 amendments to our preliminary, to the preliminary plan, moving units in phase one in order to make room for a new community center. And this would not include any additional bedrooms or any new buildings, just moving existing units to different locations to make room for a brand new community center. Number two, adjusting the length and location of sidewalks, which was pretty much required by RIDEM because of wetland considerations and some other things. And then the third item on the list was granting a 4-foot waiver so that on height, so that we could exceed the 35-foot height requirement and go up to 39 feet. And this was, as Jeremy Lake explained to us at the time, this was made necessary because of the terrain and trying to figure out what the base level, I know I'm saying that wrong, Jeremy, was, and maintaining the architectural integrity of the project would be difficult if the 35 feet was maintained throughout. So what we did is we had a discussion and we pretty much all generally agreed on items number 1 and 2, the community center and the sidewalks. We only briefly got into a discussion about waiving the height restriction, and we were advised by our legal counsel and by our interim town planner that we probably needed to come back in the form of a public hearing. And so I am now opening the public hearing to consider an amendment to Pocasset Reserve preliminary plan amendment. The hour is late, and therefore I'd like to kind of ask, does anybody have any problem with relocating several of the residential units in phase 1 in order to make room for a brand new community center, keeping in mind that the community center is a very nice amenity. Yes, if we could show before and after plans, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Ed, and that was a good idea. Okay, so we don't. So Jeremy, could you just briefly then describe?
This is Jeremy Lake, Union Studio Architecture Community Design. We're talking about the community center, correct?
Correct.
So this was this was in phase 1, which is the eastern side.
Yep.
When you just come into the project entry, there's a small
From
green,
Fish Road.
From Fish Road. Just as you get past the first row of those 9-unit buildings, just beyond that is where, to the left, we had previously had a couple of single-family homes and I think maybe a duplex. And the idea was to take those couple of units, move them across the street, consolidate with a few units across the street into more like duplexes and threeplexes. And that space where we had 4 homes is the right amount of space for us to include a small community center with a little bit of outdoor space affiliated with it. So that the number of units doesn't change, the number of bedrooms doesn't change. It just, by consolidating a few of the units, it let us create a space for a community amenity that we didn't have previously.
So is there any controversy about this whatsoever?
Yes.
Okay, Rosemary has.
There is, and I apologize, I was not here at the February meeting. I apologize, I was not here. I was ill at the February meeting. I did watch it on video, and I need a plan. There was no plan, a site plan, to see where this is. I had no idea. I went in yesterday, the office was closed, so I went in today. Ed was nice enough to show me where the wetlands was and show me about where this is. We have not gotten site plans for this project since 2021. I am not going to vote to amend a plan that I haven't seen. I looked for a copy of the preliminary plan, nothing. I need a site plan.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not,
we dropped off hard copies of the plan in advance of the last meeting. Site
Ed?
plan. That's not one, was it? What's that?
So you did drop it off, but for some reason it never got distributed to members of the planning board or members of the public who were interested?
there were two plans from Principe on the sidewalk plans that were in the February package. I would like to see a full plan.
I personally dropped like 12 copies 2 weeks ago. But they weren't a full site plan. You dropped off 12 copies of
You sent this in. It says sidewalk plan 1, sidewalk plan 2, which was a...
I also dropped a site. Among that, there was the new plan.
I want to see where the wetlands are. I'm concerned about the clear cutting that's going on up at the north end on Fish Road. I didn't know where the nice renderings of, and I'm fully in favor of that, but I'd like to see the overall, where these buildings will go in relation to the wetland and the entire plan.
So
You
Nathan,
talk about
did
phase
you-
1, phase 2.
Did you see the plans, Nathan?
I think what she's referring to is just a snapshot. You received these? It's more of a snapshot. Yep. I think she's referring, she wants the full plan updated and submitted. That way we can see it all in frame.
We can see the dimensions, we can see, I mean, all we're seeing is, and Janice, I know she's asked many times.
At least 3.
I mean, nice buildings, nice pictures.
Are you willing to make a decision tonight, provided that the applicant actually revises the plans?
I haven't seen the preliminary plan either. I mean, I didn't know where,
So we would like to see we would like to see the amended
Preliminary
plan, the amended preliminary plan with all of its details. Showing the location, showing the buildings that have been moved in their new location, showing the community center, showing the public area around the community center. Yes, because the snapshot that somebody referred to it as a snapshot that I saw, I wasn't really happy with that either. I'd like to see a full set of plans. Now, can we make a decision tonight without that?
No.
Okay, I'm hearing probably no.
We are not moving any borders or DEM, wetland borders, anything. We are still within the approved area.
but you know what we're
We just
saying.
move one building to...
No. I think everybody, I think most of us on the planning board are saying, we want to see the amended plans in detail, in specific detail.
I submitted 12 copies of...
this is what you submitted, is it? Wait a minute. This is what came in with Mr. Landry's letter.
The last site plan that we received was March of 2021.
Can I take that to the nurse so they can see?
Is that the guy that they said they can represent? Who's that guy?
He works for Town Principe.
I don't know where the wetland is.
So that package was specific to the building height issue. So that was the building height memo, as well as the diagrams affiliated with that. There were also a series of sheets that we submitted that were the changed sheets from the civil set, which would reflect all of these changes. If there's another packet,
There's these two. It says sidewalk. That came with it, too. That went with it, I believe, at the end. That was in the February submission.
Yeah, so the revised drawings are all part of a set dated March 10th, I believe. So it sounds like you guys haven't seen those, even though Hassan thought he dropped those off 2 weeks ago. So it seems like we have drawings that are missing.
Yeah,
But we
fortunately, again, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Pritzby, Pritzby Engineering Company. I'm looking at our plans that were supposed to be submitted. It's labeled modified preliminary submission. It's actually a March 16th date and I have a transmittal that left our office. Ed did hand deliver those, so I'm not sure what had happened. I apologize, so I can understand that the board doesn't have a full site plan and rendering.
Tom, I was
So,
aghast.
Understood, yeah.
When Ed, showed me today,
Yeah.
something he had up there, and I said, there's the wetlands. I
Yep.
haven't seen the wetlands on a
Understood.
complete plan.
Yeah.
But again, I can go on record with these modifications that Union Studios are proposing. There are no impacts to drainage or wetlands or
Understand.
buffers, but the board needs to see that. And that's on our plans. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened to those.
I'm from Missouri, show me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I think the board agrees that we want to see the plans. It's not the applicant's fault. They submitted the plans just never got to us for some reason. But they will be forthcoming, I'm sure, either electronically or in hard copy.
I don't mean to be difficult, but,
No, Rosemary,
pardon me?
You were just in the office.
Today. It was,
You did not see the plans there, right?
well, I don't know. He's changed the office around.
okay. So,
Could we
so
ask
now I'd
Mr.
like to,
Are you saying that Mr.
Ed, what you submitted, there was no, what Jeremy's referring to, we did not receive. You submitted 12 copies.
Thank you.
I have it right here.
I'll apologize if I'm missing anything.
Yep. We did not receive those other items that you said that you submitted with this copy. I'm not telling you, that could have been a mistake, but you're not in the office.
okay, so we would like to see the full amended preliminary plan showing all of the changes. So I'd like to go on to item number 2, which is adjusting the length and location of the sidewalks. Is there any issue about that? We actually did an informal poll, and I believe everybody is agreed. There was just a little modification on Sousa Road, and then the sidewalk on Fish Road got shorter because of wetland concerns and concerns about having a sidewalk to nowhere. So we all ended up agreeing on that, so that's not an issue. The third item, and then I'm going to open it up to the public, the third item is granting a 4-foot waiver. And what the applicant is asking for is just a general waiver for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 to adjust the height going over the 35-foot limit as much as 4 feet to 39 maximum for any building that appears to require it because of the terrain. That we haven't discussed, but I can tell you I have real concerns about what Ashley has recommended. I personally don't feel that we should grant anything on Phase 2 until we see how the waiver works out for Phase 1. As I said last time, I do support the idea of adjusting the height above the 35-foot limit for architectural integrity, for the appearance of the buildings, to make the buildings as attractive and as desirable for marketing purposes as we can possibly do. But I'm not willing to just give a carte blanche, blank check waiver to the applicant to do it to any building in both phases, even in phase one. So I'd like to ask Jeremy, just looking at phase one, how many buildings do you think will require that additional footage, that additional 4 foot?
It would be all 9 of the 9-unit buildings that are along Fish Road.
Okay, but these are the biggest buildings in the whole project to begin with.
Correct.
So you're extending the height of the biggest buildings, and you're extending the height of buildings that are in the vibration zone. So, and as everybody knows, the higher you go in a vibration zone, the worse the vibration. I think that's a law of physics. If not, I just made it up. But I'm just pointing that out.
We'll just slip that into the building code too, I'll read it, according to
What
Steve.
other buildings, Jeremy, other than those 9?
Yeah, the only concern would be any buildings that would be 3 stories. The only other buildings that we were considering 3 stories were in phase 2. There are a
Okay.
couple of townhouses here and there.
So let me ask my colleagues this. Are you willing to grant a 4-foot extension on the height limitation, which we can do because this is a comprehensive permit project, for just those 9 buildings along Fish Road, which are the largest buildings, and we do have an architectural rendering in the packet that we did get of that. So I'm just going to open it up to see about, do I have any comments on that? Peter, you had some comments last time. Do you feel comfortable granting this just on phase 1? I'm assuming that none of us would like to grant this on phase 2 until we see what we're getting on phase 1.
Mr. Hardy, could I just be heard for a minute
Sure.
on this? Just to refresh.
And this is a public hearing, so the public can also just
Yeah.
raise your hand. Yes,
And
go ahead, Bill.
I do recall the discussion being generally favorable on this last time.
Yes.
Most of the discussion was whether it really needed to go back for a public hearing or whether it could be determined as a minor modification. And because it involved a waiver, we had to advertise, and we were happy to do that. But the 35 feet, the board's already approved 9 3-story buildings. We're not asking to make those buildings bigger, have more bedrooms or anything like that. But when the site is graded, there's a lot of grading to be done. In some cases, that grading may push the building up 3.5 feet or 3 feet, or, it's a minor amount. It's not going to be 10. We're talking about 4 feet, this much. If you have to push it up and observe the 35 feet, you end up with a flat, almost a flat roof. And Union Studios has put a lot of time and energy and effort into making some very nice-looking buildings here that have pitched roofs in most cases, and you're trying to achieve a certain design here. As Ashley Sweet has noted, most of these buildings are not even visible from anywhere other than in the development. So this is not about profit or bedrooms or some potential that some huge space will be created to somehow get more living space. It's just that we don't want to have to come in every time a building is a de minimis amount over the dimensional requirement. I can't recall if Tiverton has this or not, but many other towns under the state law have this provision where if you're only 10% over a zoning requirement, you can go right to the building official who could grant a deviation without even having to go to the zoning board, recognizing that these are de minimis things. And so does it have to apply to the whole? I would see somebody being nervous about a blanket over 275 units. And the potential that maybe, a 2-story house could all of a sudden become a 3-story house, and what are you doing with all that extra room? So to make it safe, what Jeremy is suggesting, and we talked about this, and we talked about it with the client, we're never gonna have this issue on two-story houses. It's just trying to do a three-story house in a zoning district that, where all these buildings have been approved as 3 stories, but we're in a zoning district that was really made for single-family houses, not for 3-story houses that have 9 units in them. So we need another 4 feet to be able to make these units look nice. It's all we're doing here. Nothing more, nothing less.
Speak into the mic, please.
There are 9,
Sorry.
right?
9 collectively between phase 1 and phase 2?
They're all in phase 1.
All the 3-story buildings are in phase 1?
Yeah, and they're all
We're only
along Fish Road.
In phase 1, we have the 9 3-story, 9-unit buildings. In phase 2, we have a series of townhouse buildings. Some are singles, duplexes, quads. I don't know the exact number of those. It's something on the order of magnitude of like 20 units.
That would be
That would be
3
that
stories?
3 stories in phase 2. And they're all interior to the site. None of them are at the edge like the phase 1 condition.
I tried to watch it on the YouTube, and the projection was horrible. But you just said you're not going to see them from the road? Those 9 are right on Fish Road, the height.
Well, there's all vegetation along the roadside on Fish Road. I mean, you're talking about 4 feet out of 35 feet, you know, and they're a significant distance away from the road. There's buffering. The road is
Have you been down there lately?
Well, no, I have not been down there lately. But I
There's
remember
no
seeing
buffering. It's.
Well, there are plantings there.
To be honest, I used to drive that road every single day, and now I literally take Sousa Road or go on the highway to avoid that because it's sickening to me.
Well, there used to be a farm there. I mean, I could see part of it, but I mean, it's gone. There was a trailer in there, that's gone. I mean, I don't know.
The final plan has a lot of landscaping on it. It's a construction site. What you approved is what's going to be built there, and there was a lot of vegetation. The planner made the observation that they're not going to be that visible once it's completed, and a difference of 4 feet. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything that's not been redundant. I mean, we're not talking about anything other than an architectural feature on the building. That's all it is.
I'm going to try this again and hope we don't get feedback. I understand the intent, and from my point of view, it's not, I don't feel you're trying to snow us in any way. It will have visual impact, especially now that things are cleared, and I think just seeing a singular rendering or cross-section doesn't put the whole thing in context. So, you know, how will it grade across the 9 buildings, and what will the sightline look like? I think I'm a visual person as well, and I just need, like we need to see the other site plans that were being discussed, I just need to see what the visual impact would actually be, and how does it differ from building to building when you're looking at it from the distance. So it's just helpful to have some sort of reference, and I don't see that offered anywhere. And so again, I'm not against the intent, I understand it. I just need to understand what the visual impact will be, and you're not showing me that, and so that is worrisome.
I think, yeah, well, part of that, Jeremy he's probably going to say the same. Part of that is because the final grades have not been established yet. So it may be that it's 15% of the buildings, or maybe none of them, you know, really. It was more to not have to be coming back for every building. But is there anything more to it than that?
No, I mean, all I was going to suggest is it's not as if every one of those buildings is now 39 feet tall, right? So there's several of them that are going to be at 36 feet, right? That's still over the 35 feet. And the ones that are at 39 are only on one side where you have the most exposed foundation. So again, in our mind, we're trying to adhere to the spirit of the 35 feet. There are just particular grading conditions in particular locations where we have a few feet of exposed grade, and per what's not even the definition in your zoning, which is very confusing. We had to talk to the building inspector to understand how he applies the definition, and he also said, yeah, it's confusing. So the formula we came up with, everyone was in agreement, We're trying to adhere to the spirit of the 35 feet. We need a little bit of flexibility because the world isn't flat. That's really where we're at. And as Bill pointed out, as much as I hate to say it, if you said, no, it's at 35 feet, I'd say, okay, then I guess we're flat roofs because the buildings are still the buildings. It's still a 3-story building as is allowed. So I think we're just trying to get a little bit of flexibility to deliver what everybody wants here, right? I don't know how to make everybody see everything the way it's going to appear. You know, I understand where you're coming from, but okay.
I'm sorry, I asked twice. I got pictures.
And I'm sorry, because I think we've tried to deliver them multiple times.
Could you please come up and speak into the mic and tell us who you are?
My name is Lynn Potter, 190 Sousa Road. I've asked for the plans a couple of times, and in March, they weren't available. They hadn't been submitted to the town yet. I asked for them. The agenda came out Thursday. I asked for them Friday or Monday. I didn't get them till this morning. And from what I can see, there aren't a lot of measurements on it, and we're talking about measurements, height measurements, sidewalk measurements, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I agree with you that you don't have the information to agree to something, and I don't see why there's a push now to agree to something where you have incomplete information. It doesn't make sense to me. It's a push to make a decision on something that you just don't have the information. It could be the wrong information and you don't know it. Why make such a decision? We saw that happen on the last project where there wasn't enough information about the environmental impact, and that's a significant thing. Hopefully this isn't anything significant. It sounds reasonable, but we just don't know. It doesn't seem like now is the time to push that thing when we haven't got the plans. We don't have the measurements. We don't have information about the grading. They don't even know if they're going to need it, yet they're pushing for it. That's my thought on it, and I'd like information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Anderson.
Sue Anderson, Main Road. I was just wondering if, to help the planning board, the same thing I asked of the Oxford development, if you could have a CAD program do a street level, for the street level, as you're looking at these buildings, street level, so that you can determine how high it is with the grade that you're going to have. You know what I mean? So you have I'm sure you have a CAD program doing these. So is it possible to do a street level view so they can see the height of these different buildings from the street level? That would help, right?
Can you do that, Jeremy? Can you give us that kind of a, I know it's not an exact science, but it would certainly.
I'll have to talk to our client about it because it's a lot of work to do something like that, so I can't just promise it, but yeah.
Yes.
You know, like Peter, I don't have a problem with this in principle and the idea of preserving the slope of the roof so that the buildings don't look flat. But, you say we're just looking for a little flexibility. This sounds to me like a lot of flexibility. It's 9 buildings that we don't even know what they're going to need or what they're not going to need. And so that's in your interest. It may not be in the town's interest. And frankly, part of the comprehensive permit, as you well know, is that the planning board has the authority to grant waivers for things that you would normally have to go to the zoning board for. But I still think that the basic principles of zoning relief apply, which is that, if you're going to grant relief, you should be granting the least relief possible that will allow the project to go forward. And this is sort of like, well, maybe 9 buildings and an extra 4 feet on all of them. And I believe, based on the architectural work that I've seen, that the intention here is to build something that's quality and looks really good. But, the world changes, life changes. You could get this plan approved and turn around and sell it to a developer who does not have the same commitment to the architecture that you have and isn't going to really care about trying to vary the grade a little bit so that everything doesn't look like it's, a row of 9 houses, all at 39 feet, right? Where I think that your intention would be to try and do that. So I'm really of the mind that I understand it. And maybe there's something the planning board can do, but I would much prefer to have some sort of understanding that this is allowable. But if you guys have to come back and show us the grade and say this building and this building over here need this, I'd be a lot more comfortable with that than, you know, a sort of blanket 39 feet, because we don't know where that's gonna end up in the end. Because you may or may not be there. We hope you are, but it could be somebody else building this project.
So I sense that there's general agreement with what Tricia has just said and what Peter said earlier, that we're not prepared to approve the recommendation that Ashley Sweet made. I don't think anybody is prepared to approve that we would like more information on exactly what buildings in Phase 1 in particular, and exactly and what they would look like, and also that we need more information on the changes to the preliminary plan to show us exactly where the community center is and the parking for it, and exactly how the residential buildings will be moved across the street. So you're going to have to come back. We're not going to be making any decisions tonight. Am I right about that? Everybody's shaking their head and saying, yeah, we're not making a decision about that tonight. Now, we could continue the public hearing to our May meeting. I'm not sure we need a public hearing, though. Legal counsel, do you think we need a public hearing?
Yes, if we are in a public hearing, we're going to continue a public hearing.
So I would make a motion, if you have a good sense, Jeremy and Bill, of what we're asking for, I would make a motion that we continue the public hearing to our May 2 meeting next month. And is there a time clock on this?
Yes.
Yes, so.
June 20th.
But we wouldn't need an extension on that. So I would make a motion then to, unless you have some comments to make right now.
No, that's fine. That all makes sense. If we could get in front of the crematorium people, that would be wonderful.
Could I? We're going to vote? Going to make a vote? Continue? Vote?
Yes, so would you like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion that we continue this project to the May meeting.
To the public hearing.
Public hearing, rather. May what? May 2nd?
May 2.
May 2.
Let's get a second first and then a discussion, okay?
So we have a motion from Rosemary, we have a second from Amanda, and now Adam.
Since we're going to have the crematorium at the next meeting, they prefer to extend it by 60 days. So we're not up against it. We don't have this.
You know, if exactly, I think that's a good suggestion, but I think it's really up to the applicant. That way we could get you on the agenda as the first item and dispatch with it pretty quickly, probably. Whereas if you're in May, you're going to be number 2.
Do you want to go to June?
Next month, we'll make next month work.
Next month, okay.
It'll be number 2.
Okay. So the motion stands as is, but we still have to vote on it. Is there any further discussion? We're extending the public hearing to May 2, 2023. All those in favor?
Just have one additional question. Would it be possible to get some sort of elevation CAD model? It doesn't have to be, architecturally specific, but just showing the gradation in some way so that we could actually see that, so we have evidence, ahead of time.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, so we'll do a streetscape where we'll show, again, it's going to go from 39 to 38, to 38, to 37, to 36, but I'm happy to do that drawing. I don't think it's, we'll do that, yes. Sorry, I'm excited.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to some extent. Okay, any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, all of those in favor, I believe it's unanimous. All 9 members are supporting a continuation of the public hearing to May 2.
Could I add a housekeeping matter, since you started the application before I got back to the table, but all of the notices were sent, or were advertised, were there any reviewed and the public hearing was noticed, just for the record?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, none came back?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a time clock problem. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, we can go a little past 10. We do have one further
The
application.
time clock is on the agenda, and it's in June.
And
for that public
so I
hearing.
would like to
It's
ask,
June 20th.
go to the third item on our agenda, and that is Melinda Snyder, Snyder Farms minor subdivision, and it would be a 3-lot subdivision. Right now, you have a single lot of a little over 20 acres. What is being proposed is 3 lots. 2 lots would be 80,000 square feet. It's in an R80 district with adequate frontage on Crandall Road. The third lot, and one of those 2 smaller lots has an existing house on it. And excuse me, please don't speak. We have another project before us. If you could please refrain from speaking. Thank you. The third lot would be much larger, would be about 19 acres. So I see Court Chappelle representing Melinda Snyder. Oh, hello, Melinda. I admire your house. It's beautifully maintained. So, Court, would you like to?
Yeah, just as a quick background, I know you all have the plans, and I know you have Ashley's report. We do think we meet all of the criteria necessary for a minor subdivision. As you can see, there's no street, and all the lots are conforming.
Yeah, speak into the mic, please.
Thought I was.
Is the red light on?
For those, it is. For those of you that have seen this before, if you were on the planning board 3 or 4 years ago, this is exactly what the planning board approved. This was approved as a 3-lot subdivision, how it was drawn. Melinda came in and purchased the property from a gentleman by the name of L.J. Silva with a goal of moving into the home, which she did, and then we went to the zoning board and did a very elaborate horse barn and riding stable. Unfortunately, the cost of building materials would have made that arena worth about $14 million, I think, the way they rose. And now she's changed plans, so she's going back to these 3 lots. The only thing that is a little difficult about this is it's not a blank canvas, so when she drew the lots to comply with zoning, they had to draw the lots in a way that not only meant frontage, but where the new lots weren't so close to an existing building that you had setback violations or any other zoning issues. So the only zoning issue that's come up, and that I think might be different from Ashley, if she got a report from John Hoyle, who called me yesterday morning, originally what he said was he had a concern with the north lot, the 19-acre lot, has a barn on it. And as you know, barns or garages, I think a garage is a better example, but if I have a garage or I want to build a garage, I can't build it on a vacant lot because it's an accessory use. I need a primary use, so I can't have that. We took the position last time, and I believe this time, that agriculture is allowed as a matter of right on the 19-acre piece. So if agriculture is allowed as a matter of right, all buildings supporting agriculture as accessory uses would be allowed. It is a little bit the cart before the horse, but currently the 19 acres was where her horse farm was. There were horses in the barn, and there's at least 7 acres of fenced hay pasture. That pasture is going to grow hay this year because she got rid of those horses, because that lot is designed now at some point to have her home or a home built on it. When a home's built on it, of course, the barn would be an accessory building as a matter of right. But I argued, at least yesterday again, to Mr. Hoyle, that because it is a cleared pasture and it is the crop of hay, that the barn is an agricultural use and the barn was allowed. He at least emailed me that that was the case. I don't know if he's emailed anybody on this board or Ashley since yesterday morning. Either way, if you took Ashley's position, then we would have to go to the zoning board on the creation of Lot 3. Other than that, these lots meet all of your criteria. They meet frontage, they're in excess of 80,000 square feet. There are no variances required, there are no setbacks required. There's no houses proposed that would require any of those variances. Being 80,000 square feet, they'll have to build within the building envelopes, within your lot coverage. So I think by definition, when you can cut these lots in a residential district that are in full conformance with your ordinance, they meet the comprehensive plan. They won't create any of the issues, and they meet all of the criteria of your 1 through 5 as addressed by Ashley. Again, does it meet the zoning ordinance is an issue of that maybe Todd has an opinion on, but do they meet the zoning requirements would be whether or not a barn can exist. So what I ask you is, if I had a 20-acre field and I cleared that and I planted hay or flowers or whatever it is, crop I planted, I could then go to John Hoyle and say, I would like to put up a greenhouse, I would like to put up a barn, and he would give me a permit to do that. He generally wouldn't give me the permit to build the barn until I put the flowers in or until I put the hay in. But my argument was, here's a picture of it, here's the fences, here's the grass pastures and the hay exist. It's a crop according to the Farm Bureau, and as a crop it can have a barn. Now, as a practical matter, it's all theory, because the other alternative is for her to rip the barn down, start to build her house, and then put her barn back up. So at some point, that clearly isn't practical. It clearly isn't what you want to do, but it's always the integrity of our ordinance that we're looking at, and that can be the issue. I think the roundabout on this one is that agriculture is a permitted use in this zone, and all buildings accessory to agriculture are permitted. And a single barn is a permitted building for storage on any crop or agricultural use, where you've dedicated, at least to date, 7 of the 19 acres to grass pasture and growing hay.
So, Court, I'm inclined to agree with your interpretation, but I'd like to ask Melinda, are you intending to build a home on this larger lot where the barn is, and continue to operate it as a horse farm?
So my initial idea is I'm intending to first sell the south lot.
Yes.
Which is the smaller lot. And there is an option that I have an interest in building on the 19 acres of my own home and keeping the barn and allowing the opportunity to bring a horse in or whatnot. That's definitely a possibility. If that does not turn out to be for whatever reason, work as an option, then I would sell the north lot, which is the larger lot, after I sell the south lot.
So I was disappointed when I saw the old LJ Sylvia three-lot subdivision come back just as is, because I wasn't a big fan of it.
Okay.
And our comprehensive community plan urges the town to request that subdivisions in that part of town come in as rural residential. And that involves open space. So that didn't happen in this case because you just took the old plans from 2018 and resubmitted them, basically. But would you be willing to put a deed restriction on the larger lot, the 19-acre lot, to protect the land? I know that there's a lot of wetland there, and not Borden Brook, but Adamsville Brook goes through it. But you could probably do another subdivision just on that 19 acres, which is not really what our comprehensive community plan wants to see, nor does the state land use plan called Land Use 2025 want to see that part of Crandall Road turn into suburbia. Would you be willing to do something to help protect that land from further development? If we grant this three-lot subdivision, would you be willing to maybe do a deed restriction or even come back with, as an application, as a rural residential, as opposed to just a conventional three-lot subdivision? I'm concerned about protecting the land, because
So
if
you're
we grant
concerned if I
this,
sell the north lot to
and you
developer
sell
and they put-
sell the north lot, and then a year later, the new owner comes in and says, "Oh, here's another subdivision," and we'd be stuck with it. That's my concern.
I understand that, but the rules also say we meet all the criteria. The other thing I can tell you is if we come in a rural subdivision on what's there, we could get 5 lots now. So if you want to say that we won't restrict that lot, that it won't be any further divided than 2 lots, that's still only the 4. It's still less than we could do as a rural subdivision. But to tell her now that we're trying to keep a 19-acre lot for herself, and then if she doesn't buy it and wants to sell it, that it's forever restricted against subdivision that we could do now, that gets a little difficult to me. But I do see that, and I don't think I'm giving you much in all due respect, because if we did look at the, as you know, you do suitable land. So when you do suitable land, you calculate how much is there.
Right.
I don't believe under suitable land, it's possible to get more than 5, and I think 4 is probably all you get, because as you know, you need 80,000 square foot of suitable land per lot. 19 has, or the north lot has 19 acres, but the way it wraps around, Tommy's
You
here.
can't
but
count the
Tommy,
wetland.
there's got to be at least 13 acres of that 19 that are wet.
You can't count the wetland.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be 13 of that 19.
Right.
So if that was 19 acres of pure non-wetland, then your concern that we could come in and develop that 19 acres into an 8-lot subdivision would be very valid. But I think, Tommy, can you tell me how much suitable land is left in the north lot? I think there's only one possible more.
No, I didn't want to start a long discussion about this. I'm just expressing my frustration, but hopefully, and I really can't ask Melinda to do a deed restriction. I'm just putting that thought in her mind, because I think you do care about the land. You do a wonderful job of keeping up the property. It's very attractive, and I'd like to see it stay that way. It's what we want that part of Tiverton to look like. I'm just raising the issue, so I'm not going to make a big federal case about it. Put that thought into your head, and hopefully you'll end up building a house there and then running your horse farm, and that would be really nice.
Maybe you won't sell the first one.
As for the barn, I think it's crazy that you have to go to zoning to ask for relief. You know, if there's a way that we can get around that, I would certainly support getting around that, so you don't have to go to zoning for relief. They'll grant you relief, I think, but it's just the nuisance of going.
I disagree. I think zoning is zoning, and that's not a primary use. And you're going to set a precedent.
But agriculture is allowed anywhere.
You can state your case to them, but I think it's best, you know, it should go through the
So I
proper
see
channels.
Tricia with her hand up.
So, the zoning call really isn't ours. I happen to agree with Stu, and I agree with you. I mean, I look at that and say, but it's not our call. So there's not a whole lot we can do about that. You can try and work that out with Mr. Hoyle, or you always have the option, if you don't want to go to zoning for particular relief, you can always appeal Mr. Hoyle's decision to the zoning board, which is a slightly
That's
less
fair. And
expensive process.
she actually said she was going to rip it down instead, and I was like, please don't do that. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and
However, if you were to,
Spirit, yes.
if you were to just say, hopefully preliminary approval, and before final, that issue would be done to the satisfaction of the building inspector, whether it is a zoning exception to have the barn as an accessory or on that lot, or whether it's ripped down, or whether there was a positive letter from the building inspector saying, in his opinion, it's a legally existing building. Either that, any of those three would be fine. I think, I agree, it might not be your decision to give exemptions.
I mean, it's
I don't
not,
disagree.
it's not our call, although it is possible
Right.
that should we approve this, I mean, I've seen the barn. It's really cute, and it's the kind of wooden structure that you really want, that our comprehensive plan wants us to save. It's not a metal barn building. It's a nice wooden barn. It's got double Dutch doors on both ends. I mean, it's exactly the sort of thing we want to save. So I don't know if there's any, language that we could include if we were to approve this, that might help make your case, even though it's not ours to call. But I, for one, would be willing to if there was
I know that
some small recommendation. But I do have one other question, and this is not just me. As a matter of fact, it was in Ashley's memo, and Ed pointed it out to me too, which is that these plans aren't signed by a registered land surveyor.
you already went down and used that.
Yeah, so again, that
They-
might have been
They have
a
been
oversight on
since
our
the
part.
memo.
Again, they've been around since, I think the original plans were like 2012, but our set we were supposed to submit are all signed, and I also brought an original signed plan as well for the record for the board, so that's kind of a minute point on our end. Our surveyor is an employee of our company. It is a certified Class 1 survey. It has been, when it was submitted and approved by the board previously, it was submitted.
But it was
on the
previously.
board. It has been. Again, there was an issue with collating the package. I guess we're starting to collate for the town, which is fine. And again, I had a couple of my guys help out with that process. And there was a signature on one of them, and I don't think that got translated to the actual package. So again, very minor oversight to me. I have an original signature here. We can make a condition. We're not here for final. Again, nothing's changing from what you have in front of your package.
Tom, we have in the plan, where you refer to the RIDEM letter. Where are the plans from RIDEM? It's not in the package. And I have questions in the package that we got.
Yeah, the permit was part of the.
Yeah, but it's not here. It was to LJ. Where is it in this
So we
particular project?
reproduced those, because those
We
permits
don't
have
have
been
them.
for 5 years. It left our office and it was packaged up. So
It's
I'm
not
sure
in our
what's going-
packet that we have. The other thing is there's correspondence
The
in here
correlated package.
addressed to LJ with, from the former fire marshal.
Yep.
There's a letter in there from RIDEM, as I said, from, to LJ, no plan. The PAP was addressed to LJ. Fire letter to Susan Gill from the fire marshal. the OWTS, does the OWTS apply, is it in the same locations to
Yeah,
this
not
plan,
touched.
is it?
It's been untouched.
It's all-
Basically, we brushed off the plans and updated the dates and resubmitted
mean-
it because it was
But they're all in
already
full
approved.
force
I'm
and
spending
effect.
time to
Because
go
it was
over this
already
stuff.
approved, with all due respect. This was already approved. Melinda came to us and said, you know, I really want to go forward with this now. So we
So,
pulled up the
Tom,
plans and all the permits.
We have we all got a letter addressed to Sue Gill from the then fire marshal, saying that the fire department approves the waiver. It didn't describe what the waiver was. And we were trying to figure out what the waiver was that the fire marshal thinks is a good idea. It couldn't be a cistern because that, only a 5-lot
There are only
subdivision
5
would
lots for
require
a cistern,
Right.
and there's no
Cistern.
sprinkler requirement.
So I have no, does anybody have any idea?
Fire marshal here.
So-
Comment on that. And again, I'm
There,
not
there
aware
were,
of any of that.
and I don't know what package that was from, but were there waivers on the special use permit for the barn?
There was a waiver for the sprinkler system for the indoor riding
Right.
arena.
So when I handled it, it wasn't, the planning board was a zoning board. We had to get a special use permit for the riding arena, because
Right.
you need a special use permit for a couple reasons. One is it's a commercial operation when it's big enough, as opposed to a residential riding arena, if you were gonna teach.
So you think that was what it was referring to?
And it was the size of the building required lot coverage
It was
because
big.
it's so big. And it was a waiver on sprinklers for
okay.
that building.
Right.
So I can't imagine a
But that's gone
waiver for
away.
a 3-lot subdivision,
Yeah, that's gone away.
but
There's
it would be
another-
confusing.
I'm sorry. There's an item on the plan about moving the cemetery access, the easement. I don't remember
We need
that.
to make sure we provide access to that cemetery.
Yeah, but that wasn't on the other plan.
It should have been, because again, we didn't change any of those property lines or easements.
So is,
Septic hasn't been changed, nothing has.
if you're moving it, don't you need legal documents? Because in one of
So
your
that happens when you create the new
comments.
deeds. Correct, when you record the lots and you create the new deeds and the meets and the
But it-
bounds.
it
That's
should
gonna
be
get
reviewed.
recorded on top of that lot.
Reviewed by our legal department too.
Yes, yeah.
The access really is the main house, the house that's existing. It's the existing road and driveway that comes in and then continues on straight to the cemetery.
Full
So-
disclosure, full disclosure. I
Yeah.
got one of my first boxes from the Hurleys that owned that before the DeVillas.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar with the property.
But I think
Love
the
it.
reference in the first plans to moving it was to move it consistent with the way it currently is laid out, which is different from the easement back in the day. So it was to leave it exactly how it's been, certainly under her tenure, but I believe for a very long time. You may know better. But once the houses and things went in, people took the path of least resistance, used the existing driveway, and then went straight to it. That might be a little further to the
Well,
west,
it lines up.
east, yeah.
Yeah, right to the east of it. Yeah.
So it's a little east of the other one.
Yep.
So moving it on the plan was to make it consistent with where it currently is located.
Can you put a cross on the cemetery too,
So I think you're,
on the plan, Tom?
Put a cross on a cemetery.
Yes.
All right. Anybody else?
I don't know if John,
okay, so I think we're ready to make a motion to approve, but
Conditionally.
conditionally,
Conditional approval?
conditional approval,
Pending vote.
but then granting Ashley and the chair the right to approve the final. But Ashley, you have some information from John Hoyle on the barn situation, the accessory use.
Yes, so initially, I reached out to John and asked the question, can I have the accessory without the primary? John's initial response was no, you cannot have the accessory without the primary. Court, you spoke to him. Subsequently, I got a memo from him indicating that because there's hayfields and pasture grasses, the primary use of agriculture, then the barn would be a permitted use. I'm not looking to have a back and forth or disagree. I mean, John's ruling is his ruling. The only thing that I would ask is that the planning board condition the preliminary approval on us further refining this. I'd like something in the record that gives me a section of the zoning ordinance that he's basing his, I don't have anything really, just a statement.
And that's fine for that. I
So-
can tell you that where it came from was your district use regulations, and it was first to look at the R district and to see whether agriculture crops were allowed. The difference is, what it says is the commercial raising of animals. My farm is a commercial raising of animals in Portsmouth. That is a primary use that's allowed everywhere, so my barn would be allowed on there. Under Tiverton zoning, commercial raising of animals is a special use permit. Raising of crops is where it's permitted. If you raise crops, it specifically says you can have accessory buildings, the garages to house the things for the garages, a barn,
And
greenhouses, and those.
I'm good with that. I
So that's
just
why-
want something on the record for the planning board that
And-
says something other than, I want his decision or his
Right.
opinion to be grounded in something in the zoning ordinance that gives me a
And I
section
told
and a
him I'd get-
reasoning
I can
under
get him
that section.
I can get them that. I think as a practical matter too, what's gonna happen is if this were granted, would pull a permit to build the house.
Well, that was another
And then it
suggestion.
would be there for a whole nother reason, but technically, we can't pull the permit to the house on that lot,
So-
because we can't have two houses on the big lot.
So I have a question.
So it has to be a lot for one day, so I
have a
can pull a
question
permit.
for you related to that. What is the time frame that you're looking at in terms of pulling a building permit for that property?
I just had that conversation because I thought it might come up. However fast it takes to sell the south lot, because that is the funding for most of us to build our homes. So if that closed as early as pulling a permit by September. I said 3 months for a closing, but you
So-
advertised a lot as well.
I put this out there for discussion consideration. I think, I don't want to speak for Todd, but I think Todd and I have a slight discomfort with the way John has rendered this decision. It's not our place to disagree. He's the zoning official. He makes the call.
We can produce the lease for the hay fields,
well, that-
because we have to have for those of you that
I'm just
know
wondering
hay,
if
it's-
it would make sense that if the intent is to pull a building permit for that lot, to condition the approval of the lot on a time frame within which you must pull a permit to build the house, because then there's a guarantee that we don't end up with the standalone situation.
And I don't object to that or have any problem, but being cynical, if it doesn't happen, then what do you got? You've got a lot A that was sold, lot B that exists.
Come here and ask for an extension.
Yeah.
So, Ashley, I'm going to be the devil's advocate a little bit. I think when I look at that plat map, there's about 7 acres of upland there. So there's more than, so the raising of animals actually becomes by right if you've got more than 5.
That's right.
And you know, now we have farms all over South Tiverton especially, where there's a field, it's usually an agricultural, a crop field, that's got some sort of agricultural building and no primary residence on it whatsoever. Because, you know, the farming culture is important to us here. It's an important part of our comprehensive plan. And, you know, so if I had 20 acres and I said, I just bought 20 acres, I'm going to grow potatoes on it, but I need a storage barn, and I went into the building official, you know, he'd need to give it to me because I could go to DEM right? To farm, forest, and open space, not even without the crops in the ground, but just with a plan, and they'd give me farm status, which is a whole nother issue.
And money to build my barn.
Yeah, but I think that this is so consistent with what the community comprehensive plan, and I can understand you're wanting something from John, whether it's a zoning certificate or something, so that the planning board is covered, and I completely understand that. But I'm inclined to make a motion to approve this pending Ashley getting all of the correct documentation that you need, right? All of the signed things, and either a zoning certificate or some other documentation from John that in fact would allows the barn to be recognized as an agricultural accessory use on agricultural property.
Thank you.
So that's my motion. I just made it.
I'm seconding.
Conditional preliminary plan approval.
Pending Ashley getting all of the correct documents required for preliminary plan approval, yes.
And can we add to that Ashley also be authorized to approve the final plan
With you.
With the chair?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That way they don't have to come back.
Because you'll be at way after the crematorium and way after
I know way
everything
more
else.
about
And a
crematoriums
corrected
than I
plan.
wanted to.
Okay, did you get that?
Mm-hmm. And
Okay, so we have
corrected plan.
we have a motion by Tricia, we have a second by Peter.
But, so
Um,
we have
and
discussion
we're
from
having
our.
discussion,
Yeah, I don't stand up here for no reason, trust me.
and we're inviting the fire marshal to,
I kind of looked up because I was trying to figure out what this letter was from Marshall Mello, and thank God Ed had a piece of it. And I'm going to probably speculate it's got to do with the cistern requirement. What is on the town ordinance right now online, I do know is wrong, but it says 3 to 5 is required 1 cistern. I'm having an issue getting remoting into my computer, so I'll know the true answer tomorrow, but this may need a cistern. Again, that waiver might be because it changed, but I'm trying to find the true result. But as of right now, according to what I can find, is may. Because it says 3 to 5 is required 1.
yeah, now that you mention it, I remember that.
But it might, but again, I know it changed, and they followed the procedure, and it went to the State Fire Code Board of Appeal and Review.
Right.
I'm just having a problem getting the official results.
Good. So a further
Where is
condition
that
on the
written?
motion.
Which
would-
one?
Where's the requirement?
So the one on the town ordinance I know is wrong, it's on the clerk's website.
Okay.
I have the official one from the Board of Appeal and Review, and I think the clerk had it at one point. I can give it to whoever, it's on my computer, that's why I'm trying to remote in to my computer in my office, and I'm having a very hard time in this building. So I can get the full I can get it off to Ed tomorrow, and to the attorney. I just want to let everybody know. That might be
Great.
what Marshall Mello was talking about in his
Yeah.
letter.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay,
I'm
so
sorry,
that.
I'm sorry, Stu. But I found the ordinance, I believe that Lieutenant's referring to.
But he says that's wrong.
Well, it's section 23-62, number of lots, less than 3. Oh, right, less than 3, number of cisterns is 0.
3 to 5 is 1, but you're saying that's incorrect.
That's one, because Marshall
It
Mello
was superseded.
went to the Board of Appeal and Review and had that changed. And I don't know why it's never been changed in the town ordinance, but it is through the Board of Appeal and Review. I have all the documents, but again, I'm having a hard time.
And you believe it was changed to,
I know, that I don't know, I
Oh.
don't speculate anything, but it's just.
well, does anyone else here know?
Well, either way, you have a waiver letter.
But the point is they don't know what's being waived. The waiver letter doesn't state that.
You know what,
So the motion would also.
Condition on
include
clarifying the necessity of a cistern.
Necessity and/or waiver for a cistern, according to current regulations.
We think it's
And
4 for
Rosemary
a
made a-
cistern now, but we obviously will comply with that.
Rosemary made a comment about updated plans. If there's specific information you're looking for, you can email it to me, and I will make sure.
The cross on the cemetery.
The location of the cemetery, which is not clear on the plan. And the signature, the right plan with the signature of the PLS to be a Class 1.
So that did get submitted.
Okay, you sure? Okay.
Yes. So is that it? Just the location of the cemetery needs to be updated?
Yeah.
If there's others, you can send them to me, and I will relay them,
Oh, yeah.
and we'll make sure.
We got to make sure that the RIDEM plan is in the file. Their approval was April 15th, 2018.
Tommy?
From DEM. Where are the plans? I didn't have that. I was reading the letter.
Okay.
You're talking about the right-end plans, what?
I mean, why
Should've
isn't
been
it to
submitted as part of the
Melinda? And,
package.
you know,
We could resubmit it.
Well, I
I
know,
know for certain, I mean,
it came
I
in as-
personally put it in the original package, but I know there was some collating with court's office, my office, we tried to help, we brought it
so
over to your office.
we'll
so
check if it's
could've got
missing, we'll make
misplaced.
sure that it gets
But
in the,
they're
what's in the
valid.
file.
Sure.
Right?
And just to explain, some things went in the original package, and then when it was told that that was incomplete, a package was submitted to address all of the things that said it was incomplete. And then we got a call, fair enough, and said, well, now you have to combine the packages. And somebody went down, I believe,
My
with
office.
Ed in his office, and took the original application, the things that were accepted and then collated and crossed it. So if something missed,
We'll
it's
take care
at
of
the
it.
town hall. It might not have been in your package, and a condition is fine. Ashley's teaching us the new rules very well. You know, you can't roll plans.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
So Ashley is good. She has all of the details. We have a motion. We have a second. We've had a discussion. And so what we're doing now is we're approving the
Conditional
preliminary
approval.
plan for this, conditionally, for this 3-lot subdivision. And then it won't come back to us because Ashley, the planner, and the chair will make sure that all of the details are cleaned up for the final plan. So all of those in favor?
All in favor?
Just raise your hand. I think we don't need, that's unanimous, except we had lost 2 members, I
yeah,
believe.
that was,
Chair,
1, 2,
So it's
3,
7.
4, 5,
Majority of those present now, Rosemary.
Okay, Lieutenant Murphy, what do you got for us?
I have your answer. So it's 3 or less does not require. The cistern is not a requirement because it says 3 or less 0. But with the new, I just got it. Right.
Okay.
So I just want to
Thank
clear
you.
that up.
So we
Okay,
wouldn't need a
that's-
waiver.
So it's not
under this.
needed. So, okay, well, congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck.
Protect that land.
Thank you, little barn.
You earn your non-pay.
So,
I make a motion that we adjourn.
colleagues, we do have items under planning board business. The only one that I think is significant would be the checklist for solar. And, but I'm not gonna call, but I'd like your advice on whether or not we should just adjourn right now. I think we've had a long evening, and I know I've had it. It's 10:30.
This bench is getting out.
I have a proposal.
Yes.
So that checklist came from the Solar Advisory Committee, and it's not complete. It was just things we saw in other towns' ordinances. And then there's other stuff that's actually in the ordinance that needs to go in the checklist. So if Ashley's willing, I'd be willing to like type it all up and plus the things that are in the ordinance, and then there's the regular subdivision regulations. I'd be willing to type it all up and give it to Ashley and let her and Todd opine on which things they thought were necessary, and maybe we could do it another day.
It's a draft. It's a draft.
Let's do that. Let's
How's
do
that?
Okay.
I'll volunteer for that if we can.
Let's do that. I don't think there's anything else urgent on the list, so.
Just the meeting minutes, if we could do those, just because
Oh, yes,
Go on, sure.
absolutely, Dick. Sorry, I should have allowed you to go.
Just because we're under scrutiny now, that's,
So we would like to do one final thing, which is approve the minutes from our March 7 meeting. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
One error.
oh.
Yes.
Ashley, in attendance, is spelled incorrectly.
Okay, Ashley, Ed, did you get that? Ashley is misspelled,
Thank you, Janice.
just in the attendance.
Stu missed it.
With that little typo, I'm making a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Peter, second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? 7 votes for.
No,
in
it's
favor.
5.
1, 2.
Maybe.
Peter?
Who was here for that meeting?
Oh, who was
Was
here?
was anybody?
This
March
was,
7.
Who was
Oh,
here,
you were-
Ed?
You were gone.
You can't vote.
Okay, so you
I'll
can't
second.
vote.
And Christine wasn't here either. There's a majority present.
No. So 5.
I'm abstaining.
5 and 7, it carries. It carries.
To make a motion to adjourn.
Privileged motion, you don't need a second. Good job, Peter. Ed,